praying that you'll make it home. I know you're scared that the place you love is gone. Don't fear what you do not know. Feel like you're caught in a world you don't belong to. Praying that you'll make it home. I know you're scared that the place you love is gone. Don't fear what you do not know.
dust. Oh, here we go, go, go. Let us heal and grow. You won't be alone, we're unstoppable. Don't be afraid to show what we're going for. This is what we know. Here we come back to life, we're still breathing. Standing up, everybody's gonna see it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. Even if we fall, we will rise up and we follow the path that we believe in. No, we're not gonna stop until we reach it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. We rise up from the dust and clear my throat. We all have our reasons why we are on this track. Oh, we all have our burdens, yeah, but we just keep on fighting and we never look back. Here we go, 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 let us heal and grow. You won't be alone, we're unstoppable. Don't be afraid to show what we're going for. This is what we know. Here we come back to life, we're still breathing. Standing up, everybody's gonna see it. All you need to know is that we're holding on. Even if we fall, we will rise up and we follow the path that we believe in. No, we're not gonna stop until we reach it.
Hey, we're back, MCS, and we got ourselves another week of Rising Star here in week 4. Fresh and hot off the major. That was an exciting time, but Stewie, me and you will be covering lots of these games tonight as you have on screen. We got the schedule for you right in front of your face, and we got a couple of banger matchups ahead of us, Stewie. And man, we got a stacked night. Coming up first here, we got Burnsville and Green Bay. We're gonna be doing our predictions here. Right after that, we got Omaha and Bloomington getting their match, and then directly after that, we got Winnipeg and Bemidji. And to round out the night, we got Kansas City in Fargo. Man, we got a packed schedule, Stewie.
Yeah, we're crawling towards 2026 on December the 11th of 2025. I can't believe I'm saying that because it feels like this year kind of just started. But if you go back to the start of this year is what? January of 2025, we had just turned, I think, into season 9, maybe. I don't remember. It's been a long time. It's been a lot of matches played, a lot of changes with the game, a lot of updates that they've done. Some of them great, some of them not great, but the updates that we have made for this league in general, I've received a pretty good response. Overall, this season's been fairly run well for I guess everybody's sake, the players, the management, the stream, the producers. I was looking at the numbers. We've streamed quite a bit this season. It's been pretty good for us, but only trying to increase that more. But going into this week, it's going to be very, very important. I always say the majors after, or the weeks after the majors are one of the most important weeks because we're hot off of a trade window change, and Tom's, that is I guess you could say one of our more important times of the year because 2 days, technically 1 day, the 13th, you see it on the bottom of your screen. We're going into week 4. It's a doubleheader week. Week 6 is the only week that will not be a doubleheader. That's obviously New Year's week, but always the most important part of the season, Zoms, because we're hot off of changes being made from teams. A lot of teams kind of just revamping their entire roster, dropping one or at most 2 players, trading a player for somebody else, trying to increase their chances. But the teams at the top, obviously, I don't think made any, for the most part, didn't make any changes. Looking in Premier, my team didn't make a change. Looking in Challenger, you've got Rochester, Chicago, I think they did. They were wanting to, but Rochester didn't. And then top of Rising Star, Fargo didn't adjust their roster. So this is really the week where you justify the moves that you made and you put some weight behind them. And if you don't like it, well, you got to live with it until the second trade window starts.
Yeah, still lots of opportunity. And we only got about, like you said before, about a day and a half, maybe 2 days to get in those trades. But for Rising Star, this is pretty much their last chance to try out a roster, or to, maybe this is like the last straw of some of these teams before they make a change. Because you can play this week for Rising Star before the trade window technically ends. So maybe this will be the straw that breaks the camel back on some of these teams, but only time will tell as we hop in and start playing some of these matches, Stewie. And I believe all the players are ready. But before we hop into the match, Stewie, we have to do our predictions. And this is not an easy game to predict. Both these teams, they're doing well for their season, and most notably during the major. Neither of these teams made a deep run. Also, I believe it was Fargo. Knights. Yeah, Knights had an early forfeit. Unfortunately, made it out of the group pretty well. They did have to play the first. They didn't get the bye, but they had to forfeit that match. While Inferno, they had to fight through that first round. Did well, and then they lost in 7 to Duluth. So neither of these teams getting to make a very deep run, whether to forfeits or looks like for Inferno here at Game 7. So it's going to be tough to predict. I guess I'm leaning heavily towards, or maybe not heavily. I think this is easily able to go the distance, Stewie. I'm going to predict Inferno in 4.
I know the reasoning behind the forfeit. I know the whole underlying conditions between my team and what ended up happening, but um working through it. I mean, for the most part, we've got a full roster today of players that I think are more than capable of winning games. We have one of our most important players that's not playing in this series. And have we ever had a GM pick against the roster? I think I'm just gonna I don't know why I'm gonna do this, but I think I'm gonna pick the Burnsville Inferno. I love my team, but this is kind of the first week of the guys being without our most important player and one of our most important players. And they're gonna have to work for this one. So we'll see what ends up happening. But game number one loading on up.
Yeah, and the good thing is your roster still has a ton of talent on them. I mean, they still get to play with Mal, who is I mean, he's one of the best players in all of Rising Star as well, so you can't sleep on him. No Donald though. But still, this roster is still heavy hitting. Whirl already going towards the backboard. He's got the double, but Mal was able to put a hand up, but not enough. Whirl pushes straight through in 6 seconds into this game in Burnsville. Already up by 1. That was quick.
I mean, yeah, right off the kickoff, not really much of a difference when it comes to the defensive stand that Mal tried to make. You're gonna win a kickoff here, Green Bay. I thought win the kickoff, but Lumi's there to put away the second. That is 2 goals in 11 seconds, and the confidence has got to be shaking a little bit for the Knights.
Yeah, it's early in the series, early in the game, so I think they can still work on things. They know at the end of the day it's been 2 possession plays, so you just got to get into your rhythm. I think they hopefully will understand that. Still have a really powerful team here to round out the rest of this game. That's a heavy touch that's going to end up in the hands of Whirl, who's looking for a midfield pass. Loom stopping that one at the pearly gates, looking for the corner read. Can't quite do it this time. Penn, big clear out, but Bang is already there to rip that one back towards center. And Mal clears this one back out. Whirl kind of hits a psycho back towards half, but it's safely in the corner where Loom is able to collect and clear back over 2 of the Knights defenders, keeping this one safe in the corner. Penn does well to not only keep that ball close, but clear it out. Whirl just keeping this ball in pressure, and Knights have not seen too much daylight quite yet.
I was trying to look for the transaction that brought this Burnsville team together, and I'm not seeing one. So I'm pretty sure this is the team that they originally had. It is the drafted roster. I didn't know if Lumi was originally a part of this roster, either world, but yeah, this is the original drafted roster. They're sitting in the 8th seed right now. They're middle of the pack, middle of the season. But hey, it does get you to land, and so far a 3-0 advantage in this first game. And you guys are going to have to turn it around here if we're going to win this series or have a chance to, because it's been rough sledding so far, but we've got experience on the side of this Green Bay team. Al and Debu have been around for quite a bit of time. They know what it takes to win games in Rising Star, but see if they can get it done. Debu dropped down to Penn. That's the first goal. We've scored 4 goals here in the first minute and 20 and change.
Yeah, and importantly, they are getting chances, and that's a fantastic pass midfield from Debu. Slots it from Penn top left, and I don't care if you got 3 defenders right there, you're going to save a placement that good. Fantastic way to get back into this game. And off the kickoff again, a little bit of a miss, but put the Knights into some defense. It's an awkward touch to Mal, keeping it close, able to just trying to get the ball past Loom, but Loom is happy to bring this ball back to his corner, just keeping control, and that is really good composure, to be honest. Now, dancing. Mal rips a shot, looking for that top left corner. That seems to be the Knights' favorite, but it does go wide. Debu, a daring cut it right there, and pass down, and they keep looking for that top left corner, but missing twice will now put them in a little bit of a predicament. But if you notice, Burnsville are down to 2 players right now as Lumity has lagged out of the lobby. This is Knight's chance to get back in it, but they spent the entirety of that 2v3 stuck in their corner, and Lumity's back.
Maybe one of the faster rejoins I've seen in quite a bit of time. Just a quick card change from Lumi, but I don't think he did alter his design at all. But on the ball, 100 boost. Be able to sit behind this. Mel gets the clear. Whirl to the sidewall. You see that backline bumping.
Whoa.
Burnsville open up the net, and Penn is just knocked out of that line. Al's touch wasn't the worst in the world, but nobody behind him able to find any solid footing to set up a defensive touch or line. And I mean, you see the problems that come with that is you can have one somewhat decent touch out of your midfield, and if you have nobody behind you to clean it up, it's just rough out here for Green Bay off these kickoffs.
Yeah, right now they need a serious call to action. I think one thing that's burning them is just the actual threat of these plays. That they keep on biting on things that aren't really that threatening, but it becomes threatening because they're biting so early, and then that net behind them is just completely open, and a shot that would have been just completely free to catch and collect even. It's just into the back of your net. I think maybe a little bit of panic, maybe first game nerves, but you got to shake that off quickly and get into this. It could also be part of missing one of your most valuable offense. I know Donald is unbelievably offensively capable, just an amazing Rocket League player. But maybe not having him, maybe doubting yourself a little bit. But you got to shake that off quickly. You got 2 minutes left in game 1 here to figure something out.
Bang's gonna go missing, and this Burnsville team lost the tiebreaker to that Fargo roster that ended up winning the whole major. And it was between those two of who got that #1 seed coming out of Group A. And if Burnsville did win the tiebreaker, their major could have been way different than what it was. They wouldn't have maybe had to play a team that they didn't enjoy playing in the first round if they didn't enjoy playing Duluth, I guess, on their side of the bracket. But
yeah,
still, point being, they could have a lot more points than they do if that one small difference was an actual difference. But I guess Green Bay just kind of jaws the short end of the stick here playing against this team right away in week number 4, coming off of the trade window and the major. And I've seen game 1s before that are complete blowouts. I've seen a team win game 1 7-1 and then lose the series in 4. So anything, and I mean anything, is possible after this game. It just seems like one of those where you give up 3 kickoff goals at the start, hard to find any sort of confidence, and you might as well just move on from it and look for the next game. Is that one's going to squirk its way, and Lumi gets the hat trick and 6 shots. And this one will be a Brazil in the opening game. And it just feels like so much awkwardness of like, all right, well, I don't know when to go, so I'll go when I have the opportunity to. No, sometimes you just have to send it and get up in the face of your opponents rather than just giving them the time of day. This is 8 goals by this Burnsville team.
Yeah, I think at some point you just got to for the Knights, you just got to realize it's a lost game. I mean, you could try your absolute hardest to stop the bleeding, but I don't know. I think you just got to reset your mental, reset your brain, just really lock in for the next game. Because we have seen crazier things where game 1 is just super unbelievable, just a complete landslide, and then the next game, team come back swinging. They know what they got to do. They know what they got to fix, and it could be a small fix. I mean, it does seem like a small fix. Really, just not full diving on silly challenges is just the difference. I mean, playing solid Rocket League, playing calm, and I mean, even the opponents are getting a little antsy. Now you get yourself a free chance, and I mean that could be the difference. Going into the next game being the last one to score. I mean, that could feel like a nice pat in the back, but overtime, 10
calls OT.
I don't even know if they could get it there if they tried. But hey,
I mean,
I believe in it. Why not? They're saying
let's try it. Try it. 6 goals in 16 seconds. I don't believe that's even. I don't even think that's possible. Even if you did give them an open net, goodness gracious.
I mean, it takes time to move.
Yeah. Burnsville takes game number 1, 8-2. All I got to say for the guys, it's going to be a heck of a comeback. It's not going to end like that. I hope not. But like I said, this Burnsville team could have a different major outcome. They instead came into the major as the 8th seed. And Fargo, well, no, they came into the major as the 9 seed. Fargo was the 8.
Yeah.
If Inferno would have won that tiebreaker in that first A group, they would have played Omaha
Ooh.
in that bottom side of the bracket, and then went on to play Rochester because Rochester beat Des Moines. Instead, Burnsville got Minneapolis in that first round, who wasn't a bad team by any means, and then went on to play Duluth, who were on an absolute warpath at that point and had topped their group and had won 8 games. They lost to
were
them in
confident.
7. But look at it that way of like, if we had something, if you just had something different go, one game go their way, they're playing a completely different team and having a completely different run. They could not be, Burnsville's in 8th right now, like I said, and standing wise, and Green Bay's in 9th. We could be looking at them in the top 5 if they were in a different run in that major number 1. But still, you could say the same thing about Green Bay. They had to forfeit their opening round series. It was not a good circumstance, but just
they
a simple.
still made out in their group well. Who knows how it would have turned out if they played, So, game one's game one, Stewie. We just gotta recycle, refresh, and get in to the next game. And you have to remember, Burnsville scored 3 goals in like 30 seconds. So it could have been Green Bay trying to claw back desperately all game long. And now that it's a clean slate, they don't got to start clawing up. Maybe they can, settle into their rhythm a bit more and not, fight back all game. But you got to prove that to be the case. A little bit of awkward defense, but is able to temporarily get this ball out. Low boost all around for the Knights. Penn is going to have to clean up the scraps here, but the save is not all that. Bang has a lackluster touch, but is able to get the dunk on it. Loom, midfield pass, D-boost there, but the low boost, he's actually confident over Mal and Penn, who do double commit, and it is very panicky at the start of game 2.
Yeah, it's not real organized here from... you could say the same thing with Burnsville on offense. Should have easily had a couple more shots from that. Bang, over 1. Mal to himself. Gonna get over Loomy, but no follow-up organized by Green Bay. And we're not going to see him on stream, but the team I have to watch for this week, and really the coming weeks, in Rising Stars Des Moines. They went into the major as the 1 seed. They were 5-1 on the season. They looked like the team to beat. And then they make bracket play and don't really do much with it. And you know what went on with that? Why is that the way that it was going into... they didn't top their group. They started in the elimination stage. It just didn't look like themselves. Hopefully they can get back to their winning ways this week. We won't get to see them on stream, I don't believe. Wish we could have, but still, one team to keep an eye on, because they have the record to be the number 1 team in the league, but they are not currently sitting in points. But we'll see how this Burnsville team bounces back. Both of these teams really on the cusp of making land, of being in that top 8 conversation, Zoms. This Spal's going to play a touch midfield. That's really where you want to be. As long as you're in, even in 9th, you're still in the conversation of like, okay, we need one really good week, guys, where we go 2-0 or 1-1, and we can do this. What a save by Bang. Is that what's going to pitch again? Whirl and Loomy. I don't think Mel's shot was the greatest. Kind of shot it right at him, but still, kind of a grade A opportunity gone to the wayside. But this game, we were just, is this even the same series? It was 8-2 in the last game. Now it's 0-0.
Yeah, I think it's, Knights had to spend a lot of that game fighting back. Those early goals really, not to play on their name, but it burned them. And I think now they're gonna get a chance to. I really did not plan that, but now getting to play on an even slate, it just helps the mental immensely. Now 50-50 mid and Penn trying to turn around on this, but yeah, now they just get to really play their game. They don't have to feel pressured to get 3 goals in the rest of the game and overextend a lot. And that did seem like a big problem last game. Extending their third man maybe when they shouldn't be, and that lead just kept on getting more and more broad. But now that can take a little bit of time. Debo, 1 touch to himself in this corner, gets past 2. He has a net to shoot on. Bang, pre-flip, and he goes missing. And that'll find its way snuck to the bottom right corner. And that is the first lead we've got for the Knights this series. And it comes off just some nice chops in the back of, the corner, a couple, overextensions and a couple of missed positions, and that is a way to open up the Knights' series and maybe a comeback.
Such a quick decision by Debu. Penn will collect. Kind of lose possession, is able to follow up on the 50. I'm looking for a bump on Whirl and on Lumi. Lumi will be able to stick with this. And knocked out of the way by Mal. Great early challenge from Mal to get Debu a free ball. That one's going to go sidewall. Penn. Again, Green Bay just taking time and possession, and that is much better in this second game. Penn now going to extend the lead to 2. This first touch makes it so difficult to play this ball because you have to account for not only Penn behind it, but where the ball is going to go after. And if you don't play it right, like Bang did, it's going to go to the back of your net. Mal off a kickoff, trying to win and give them advantage. Almost a 3-0 lead, but we taking away Penn to the sidewall. Lumi going to collect. Tons of boost and tons of time to work with. Gets around Debu, but Mal on the back line. Solid as ever with 50 seconds left.
Gonna have to find a way to start pushing back on this defense, and that's an awkward play. Penn putting not the most challenging shot, but it is one awkward, and it's tough to get this counterattack started. Bang and Loom both pressing in this corner with Whirl in the midfield. It's a nice control touch flying after it, burning a lot of boost. Mal is able to beat him out, but Loom is there, keeps this one interesting in the corner. Bang, keeping this one, ripping it towards center. That's a nice clear, but Whirl is still in the wings, able to this pressure alive, doing anything they can to keep this ball in this orange half, but the Knights are not budging. This is maybe a chance. He swings right for boost. Top right is out, and Penn does get burned on that boost steal, and might be regretting it. That is a little bit greedy. Bang recognizes it, but I will admit that shot had to be just about perfect, all the way over on the right side of the post to keep that out of distance. Now cutting that lead in half, and Green Bay, it seems to have some cracks in their armor now that they're, in the lead. It seemed like they were playing a perfect game of Rocket League, but the chip has shown to form. Lumi does get a little bit mechanical to pass that ball down to Bang and outplaying all 3 players on the Knights.
Nobody challenges right away. They kind of jump late. That's a 2-0 lead stranded in 50 seconds. Now 11 seconds on the clock. Tons of time for the Green Bay Knights to somehow win this game, and for Burnsville to kind of steal it from them. Bang to the sidewall. It's going to bounce up and out. Not really what you want to see. Lumi at 0 seconds playing a bump. Does get it, but it does hit the bar. Just a tiny miscalculation. That one will not find its way on target. Lumi wins the kickoff. Back to Bang. 100 boost. Not a time to work with here. Really gaining much ground. Just kind of air dribbling into the air just to be in the air. Is both Debu and Mal somewhat double commit to that. Lumi towards the nets. Is anyone home? And is Mal to make the stop. And around Bang now. Now midfield for Debu. Debu off the backboard. Be followed by Penn. Ben goes missing. And that clear from Bang will go right at Mal. Mal will play to the corner. Whirl. Not be able to hang with it. Penn 50-50. Debu will eat a demo. Whirl has no boost though to follow up, and that creates some space for both sides really. Don't have a follow-up from either team. Lumi up again. Straight to the ceiling. Bang trying to redirect. Does give that to Mal though with space and boost, but kind of gives it away. Had a lot more time than you think. And now this is like Green Bay. We're in savior mode. We're trying to save this game from being a possible very bad one to lose. Up 2-0 with not a ton of time left for Burnsville to get anything done, and they do enough of the work to win the game. I don't like either player faking that challenge, but we'll see what Penn can do off the ceiling. Does have a flip. Not able to get under Whirl though.
Fantastic way to get yourself out of defense. Mal looking for the arsenal, but can't quite get it this time. 90 seconds into this overtime, and both teams having, honestly, quite a few opportunities. Can't quite, make out on that quite yet, but looking for a pitch down the entire length of the field. It's off the backboard. Defender's not good, and now you'll have that every day of the week. The defender just, you can't really expect a pinch going like that to your backboard. Lumi tries his best to position, but Mal, too quick. As his title said, you're too slow, and it's in your net.
Like, as I said, this game needed to be a win for Green Bay. They were leading the entire time and able to get it done. And yeah, it's very, very interesting indeed.
I agree with you. I think this was a must win. This had to be a win. I think if they lose this, it's a 3-0. There'll be absolute confidence breaker. You know, losing game 1 in a landslide, then having to lead all of game 2. They do snipe that in overtime, and they take those opportunities. They didn't take those opportunities for granted. You know, they went, even though it seemed maybe the chance just came from nothing. It felt like, you know, it went from a defensive position, massive pinch, and Mal didn't hesitate. He just immediately went up, slotted that, and that's exactly what you need to close that out. So now, I mean, they're in a good position for the series.
I mean, yeah, like I said before, you can have a series be completely dominated by one team in the first game, and then all of a sudden in the second and third and the fourth, even the fifth, if it goes to 5, you can have your fortunes change in an instant. And we saw that in that second game. Burnsville gives up 2 goals. They don't give up 8. And again, kind of just, you know, when you're in a hole right away in a game, down 3-0, basically the first like minute and a half, it's really hard to have any confidence to win the game because you're constantly having to overextend for really everything because you're trying to make up for the mistakes or earlier mistakes that end up happening.
Oh yeah, and we'll have to see how these two teams bounce back here in game number 3. We also got to show the handsome lads on camera right there. Shout out to Rising Star for I don't know if it's a full house on cams, but we certainly got a lot of them. Mal getting an opportunity early. Will is there for the save. Somehow, some way, he finds himself there and keeps that one out. A Guardian. Now Penn from this corner gets a heavy touch, and Loom is able to pop this one high into the Knights' half here. It's a little bit dangerous. Mal with a heavy clear. Back center, it's just keeping this ball high, and eventually a miss comes through. Bang, looking for the backboard. Now a double, gets it mid. Mal is there with speed to clear that one out.
Ace touch going to be helped out by Whirl. Penn around 1. We'll end up getting some time here for this Green Bay team to get on some offense. They do squander away a chance right away, though. Both teams looking for some sort of advantage here. From either side, really. Trying to work their way through that back line, you know, make any sort of infield pass work or any sort of that you can find. I mean, you're digging through the trenches. You're trying to find, you know, that tiny little advantage that separates you from the other team. To me, Zoms, it has to be how some of the backboard play has worked out for either team. I mean, we saw in the first game, how many times did his Burnsville team just kind of rip the ball at either any Green Bay player really sitting on the backboard, and they weren't able to corral it, or they kind of just hit it back out to the middle of the field, and then we saw chance after chance until there was finally a goal because there's no time left. But we'll see what ends up happening.
Yeah, backboard, and it also, I think, second man. I think there's been a lot of nice passes towards the midfield. Even last game on 0 seconds, Boom got it past Mal, and it was literally on the goal line on 0 seconds. But that second man that I swear was right behind him was no longer in sight. I guess playing a little bit cautious, just, you know, in case of a counterattack. But there's a lot more chances than just that. And, you know, looking forward into this game, we've already seen a couple opportunities gone by the wayside. That's another pass towards the midfield, and 2 players go diving. In fact, I think they've both scored themselves. Fortunately, no ball to go along with it, and now a tough or defensive stand, and Deepu makes a nice challenge and even gets a demo along with a little bit 2-for-1 special. Now Penn off the corner in midfield pass, but Boom could just recognize no one's challenging and just take his time, get it clear, and force out a defender.
So this one's about halfway done, Zom. So we're inching towards the territory of 1 goal could be the difference. So Lumi's going to win that 50 off the backboard now. Mal is kind of late to it. Bang's 50-50, though, does go wide. That touch from Whirl is not great. This Bang will go to the corner, steal the corner boost. Ibu goes missing. Mal has to get there and cannot. Lumi lines up a double and hits it.
This one is eerily similar to the first game, how we had a large stretch of no goal, and finally Lumi, a nice solo play, breaks the ice, and You could argue that he could have shot it first time, but he wants the style points. You know he's got that bag. So he's going to dig deep and find a nice double tap close range to put that one home. 50-50 in the midfield goes Debu's way. He's going to be sticking with it. Got pads to go along with it. Big flick comes through, but Lumi's already there to shut it down. Big shot coming in from Penn, but Whirl's there to shut that play down immediately. It's flying all the way back into this orange half where Mal is waiting in the wings, but no boost. All he can manage is one soft touch. Lumini looking for the double again. Can't find it this time, and a little bit of defense will ensue from the Burnsville Inferno. Penn looking for a 50, but Bang just drawing him out into a pretty favorable position and just makes a nice 50. Low boost here on the back line. Penn looking to take advantage of that with his full midfield pass comes through. Mal does his best to get a shot, but with two defenders there, all he can do is squeak it by the side of him, and now a counterattack is ensuing. Lumi slowly pushing his way through 50-50 after 50-50. I mean, we're going to call it at 100 at this point, and now a little bit of teamwork gets that ball to the backboard. The double was saved away by Penn.
Big save from Penn. Minute now to go to keep Green Bay in it. Lumi again, there we are just locked in this half. And if you are the Knights, you have got to get a clear here at some point. Otherwise, it's just, it ain't gonna work out. For some sort of chance, yeah, to a teammate, hopefully. But for the most part, we just need a clear here. Another double demo. Lumi will catch. Won't get around Debu as Penn's able to keep it out once again. And eventually, we're going to see this second goal from Burnsville. They're just they're all over this Green Bay half as finally Bang gets it through.
I mean, you could not have spoken that more into existence, Dewey. I mean, you said eventually the second goal will come through. I was about to say they don't even really need it, but if you got an opportunity like this, you might as well take it. Just rips one towards center mass and it'll be good enough. Now, can we see the same story as last game where in about 20 seconds, last game it was Burnsville who got two quick ones. Green Bay have to do the same.
Change for this Green Bay roster here in the final kind of moments, I guess you could say. It feels like it's got to be, it's do or die for this next game after this loss that's coming in. I mean, I have a feeling that in the early moments of the game is when it's going to be decided here. 3-0. Yes, we can get a new server. Honest to God, this next game will be won and lost on the opening kickoff.
Yeah. And I'll be curious. I think it's going to be whoever breaks the ice first. Oh my goodness. Because now we've seen two games back to back where it's basically a stalemate for 2 to 3 minutes, and whoever gets the first goal has come out on top for both those games, despite one of them going to a extensive overtime. This one panning out a bit different than that original game, or than that second game, but result was still the same. Whoever got that nice lead first was able to come out on top, and it's going to be rough. It's going to be really rough for the Knights to pick up that shield yet again and get back into the fray. They're going to have a chance, though. I mean, Burnsville had overwhelming pressure, and finding a way out it's going to be tough. It's not going to be easy, but it's definitely possible, and you still have to remember, this is not their full roster. So it is still honestly very encouraging for their players that they're in this game.
Yeah. I think their portions would change if Donald was on the field, but still,
yeah, for sure.
You're gonna play with what you got and do the best that you can. And it's one of those scenarios of what could have been, I guess you could say, because this Burnsville team is no slouch. I think they're pretty darn good. They're not easy to beat, and you're seeing that. I mean, Lumi's all over the field, Bang's hitting shot after shot. Whirl's filling in all the gaps. It's just not an easy team to beat.
Very well rounded. All three of these players, honestly, steals in their respective positions, and they just gotta show what they got. I mean, these players, as you see on screen, they're all handsome fellows, and they're looking confident. They're all talking, they're all nodding their heads, they're all they still have hope. So that is a good thing. Mental is half the battle in Rocket League, and it seems like these players are ready to get going as they fill into the lobby here, Stewie. And Game 4 underway. This is where I thought the game would end, but um, well, Green Bay trying to prove me wrong. Getting into this game, they have to start off with. They have to start hot, like you said. They have to get the goal. They have to get the be the ones to break the ice. So we'll see if they can do it.
This opening game or this opening sequence will tell the story. It will be the difference right here. As Mal to the backboard, lining up a double. Does miss Penn as the follow, though. That's much better.
Oh, yeah.
That's a much more organized attack from this Green Bay Knights roster.
I mean, it would have been wonderful to see Mal score that, but there were 2 players blocking his double tap. So honestly, leaving it for Penn was probably the correct play, who has a completely open net to shoot on. Fantastic way to start off this game, and you could not have been more right. The opening sequence of this game might just be the stealing deal, but boom, trying to go back to the other way with his own nice solo play, but it's stopped out by the crossbar, and that could be the difference. That's a nice midfield pass from Mal. Debu waiting up high, gets this ball, on target. Worrell is able to clear this one out, but it is just seems non-stop pressure for Knights. They recognize that they have been stuck in defense for basically the entirety of last game, and they're tired of it, it seems, already striking when the iron's hot, and they just want to continue this aggression. This ball's flying back towards their goal, and they want to get out so badly. You can already see it. They're sitting up field, waiting for a 50-50. This one's going towards the goal. It's not in. All 3 players are scrambling towards the goal line, though, and this gives Penn a free touch back towards mid. Mal fakes out Worrell, looking to maybe get around it for one more. It's just going to be a 50-50, trying to get his teammate involved, which is Debu. Debu into the corner, making an awkward ball for Bang, but this is already much better from Green Bay Knights, getting aggressive.
Yeah. See what ends up happening for the Knights here in the latter half of this game. How will things change for them?
Oh, no!
As again, another crossbar hit by Green Bay. Burnsville, excuse me. I mean, this is fun. We're enjoying this. I'm enjoying this. I'm excited. This Bang will tie up the game with 3 minutes, plenty of time to go here to get Burnsville back into this game, and another physical play done by this team.
As you're saying we're having fun, I can audibly hear your smile become a frown as that goal went in. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, it's just one of those things of timing of like.
Oh, it's just the caster.
We won't get scored on, will we? Oh,
that was beautiful.
We did.
You did that. You did that to yourself. You did that to them. Listen, as the GM, you got to take responsibility for that one. They can still fight back here. Still got lots of time here. We're looking to pass this one back mid, and I hope I didn't curse them again. Loom able to keep this one interesting, but Bang taking a quick shot. Loom looking for the redirect. Does put it high. Debu is just going to clear this one out. Bang turning on a dime, ripping this one sky high. You burning his boost, looking for the double. Doesn't have it. World midfield takes a shot on the goal line, and Penn is able to clear this one out. Redirect down. And this is just a high, awkward ball for the Knights, but Penn is all over it, gets a nice shot, finds their lead again, and the caster curse is no more.
Another good follow-up from Penn. Mal running interference this time. Penn has been instrumental in this game so far. In following up these plays, sticking in the play, and giving them opportunities to score. Penn again down the field.
Oh, yeah.
Mal won't be able to bump Bang off the ball. Bang, another good touch. Mal trying to keep up pressure, trying to give Green Bay a chance. Another 50-51 follow-up from Mal. Green Bay fighting back, trying to get to game number 5. Lumi's touch wasn't great. He was there to follow it up. Bang kind of pre-jumps the play, expecting Mal to maybe take time on the ball. Mal sees that, reads the play, and gets the advantage. As once again off the kickoff, Green Bay control. It's almost like whoever wins the kickoff kind of creates all of the control for their teams through the whole game, it feels like.
You're not wrong, but maybe rewrite the story just slightly, and I think you have the tongue of caster curse right now, because immediately from their corner, Bang just walks this one in from the other side. It is just, you are 2 for 2 this game, and I think you owe your team an apology after this one, but they're still in there fighting, looking to seal the deal here. Up 1, 2 minutes left. That might be off the kickoff. Boo. Gap ball gets past it. It's a beautiful outplay in this game. I mean, it's all even. Heads, tails. Don't know which way it's going to flip, but Worrell got that ball mid, and it's anyone's game at this point.
Hail schmales. I go with my gut. And my gut tells me that Green Bay is going to win this game, whether they like it or not. As Burnsville again has clawed their way back into it. Now with the 50-50. That one will not make its way through. It's Debu trying to find Mal again on the follow-up. Debu, where's Penda followed up? There he is. Has the shot right at Bang, though. And Bang's able to get that stop and get Burnsville a chance here. As Debu again firing towards the end. Again, it's Bang to shut down the offensive chance. This kind of seems like Bang's the defender that we got to beat, guys. Lumi's going to win back-to-back 50s and shut me up.
That ball finds its way back mid. Bang is already there on the scene, and Debu able to get that ball out mid. It's another race to the ball, but Debu's going to be the one to run away with it here in the corner. 50-50 comes through. Lumi does get the beat, but it's just back center. Whirl has to cut the play. All that's left is Penn with 0 boost, but he does well to at least 50 that ball to the corner. Does get his boost stolen, and it's going to be awkward for the Knights here to fight out as the boost totals are running low. Midfield pass comes through, and a beat comes. I mean, Bang gets the beat, but honestly, it's good for the Knights as Mal gets a chance here. Off the ceiling, pass down to Debu. Whirl there to cut that play out of existence, and now a minute left here, and we might be moving closer and closer to Golden Goal territory, as we all love, as we're all scared of at times, and players might start to play a little bit more nervous. Whirl trying to just get this ball out to safety, but it's Debu already there, forcing the play, and it is just unbelievably awkward. This might be the chance that the Knights need. Lumi, a wonderful save.
See if any of the fortunes change here for this Green Bay team. 50-50 from Debu, and Lumi will not work out for either team's favor. Both teams trying to fight back here and win this game 4. The most important game in the set right now for either team. Green Bay needs the win. That one's on target. Mal has the follow. Lumi's there to put it. Saved by Penn. Somehow Penn keeps that out and keeps Green Bay in it. Bang looking to kill it and does. Lumi kind of just lined up the shot and is almost like, all right, well, I just got to hit it on net and it's going to go in. But Penn, again, reaching pretty much from the grave to make that stop.
Oh my goodness, Stewie.
And keep
I
Green
thought
Bay
it was
in
over
it.
twice. Like, for sure, I thought it was over twice right there. I mean, it still could be over as this ball finds its way towards center, and another double commit comes through. Bang, ripping this one off the sidewall, and it's going towards net again. Debu has that clear out, but it's still dangerous. Burnsville still looking to press forward, but that's a nice outplay. Now 50-50 comes through. Debu really getting a lot of value here. Penn, not the touch he was looking for, and the net was open temporarily. Mal is going to be there for the stop, but maybe not the one he's looking for. It finds its way back out center. Mal, clear ball. Whirl chasing back, but with low boost. Not really much funds to play with here, and Ben rips a shot, but once again saved. Lumi puts this ball back center, which is the last place you want it. Gives the opportunity, but Knights can't quite scrap up a chance right here. Penn, fantastic challenge, and maybe a shot. It is, but no good as Lumi's there to stop that play. And there's just rapid fire on the net right now.
Mal's challenge wasn't great. Debu, though, able to cut the play out. Lumi gonna give that one back to Penn. Mal gets a demo. And we'll see if Green Bay can set up a chance here, but it's not going to work out for them. Bang has enough boost to stick on the ball. Mal's able to win it. Debu's there, gets around the defender and hits the bar. Is anyone home to put it away? Nobody's over there. It's Debu's going to stick. That one's going to pinch midfield. Whirl and Lumi both have a touch here, but neither of them have 100 boost. I won't be able to play it. Penn looking for the hat trick here to win the game. Flip reset. Shut down by Lumi. Now was demoed and will spawn ball side and has 100 boost, but not in a great spot here. Has to work through the progressions to get out of his half. I mean, Penn kind of double commit, but Penn should be able to get a touch on this and does. 2 minutes to go. 2 minutes in, excuse me. Whirl will let that one go. Debu is going to bounce midfield. Penn has a touch out. Debu, but I mean, you see it, zeros on the boost meter there. Nobody to really do much on either side. We should be in game 5 right now, but
I mean, we could have been in game 5 multiple times at this point. I mean, it just seems unbelievable that we're even still here. The fact you said 2 minutes on this clock, I couldn't even believe my own eyes. We should have been out of here multiple times by now, and there's still opportunities coming by every few seconds, it feels like, and Luminy's going to be trying to spark one more chance. This ball going over the top of Mao, who's looking for a psycho, getting a little excited, but the ball's still safe in this Knights corner temporarily. Deepu, no boost, does get a 50 that fired his way out mid, and chips this one out mid. That's a bit dangerous. Loom with a little bit of a pass. Bang, not quite able to get that corner read. Not found. Whirl down to Bang. Bang goes missing, and a backflip comes through, maybe leaving Penn a bit awkward as he wasn't expecting that. Fantastic demo comes through, and now Bang not only getting the demo, but turning on this play, and it's just really awkward for him. Just a few, maybe pointless touches, and that ball was almost headed straight towards his net right after that. And now 3 minutes into this overtime, Stewie, and either team punching. I almost spoke at the worst time.
Out of the backboard, Lumi will have this. Does not get a follow-up. It's just Whirl. Deepu has 100 boost, but is not able to get that one midfield. Penn's going to pop it up. Deepu's on the follow again. Does bump Lumi off the ball. Penn able to stick with it and win a 50 to Mal. Mal, what can he do? Again, shut down by Bang. Bang just seems to be all over the field at this point. Trying to get any sort of advantage for Burnsville, whether that be hitting the ball for no reason or just burning boost so the other team doesn't have any boost. This one, we're locked in, strapped in for this fourth game in this overtime. Mal up the field around Bang. That one's going to hit the post. Lumi has it, though. Deepu, around one. Let's have Penn maybe to follow this. Does not find the angle. Almost does, though. As Deepu has one more touch into that corner. They give them some sort of chance, but can't get around that last defender from Burnsville. They just seem to have an answer every single time, and that's really where the frustration starts to build in. You do all the work to get around one or two players, and then the last player makes the perfect touch or the perfect play to get them out.
And I took one quick look at the shots, and it is just sickening to see how much pressure both these teams have had.
9 shots from Bang.
To the back. Yeah, and on the other side of that, Penn has 8. So, I mean, there are no, there's no break. You know, all of this game is being played on the goal line. Did that huge clear again will add to that tally. It actually won't, but just a few chances like that. I mean, we've even seen chances like that that are just slightly off their mark that if it was a little bit more left or a little bit more right, this game could have been over a multitude of times, but we find ourselves an entire extra game of Rocket League in to this overtime, and Deepu awkward, and oh my goodness, all 3 players of the Knights are in this same corner with all of them combined less than 20 boosts. They finally find themselves with some, change to play with, and now in this corner, Deepu staying close. This is what he was doing all of this overtime to keep this ball close, take a nice 50s. Whirl now trying to find a sidewall. Bang just rips this ball back, but it's a free ball for Mal, who wants to go high, fakes low, and does not get much out of that play as Whirl perfectly plays that ball.
You would have Penn lining up a double and has it.
What happened?
5:39 in. 9 shots is what it takes for Penn, and Lumi going up the inside of the post. Oh, that's rough.
8 minutes of time before a goal had been scored. I mean, that was 8 minutes of Rocket League for 1 goal.
Oh man.
My goodness. I don't even know how long that overtime was, but that was just a brutal
17
end.
shots for Green Bay. And there's 15 shots for Burnsville. Bang has 946 points. The guy gave everything he had to win that game. And Green Bay is able to squeak it out. They're going to go to game number 5.
Man.
Mal only has 3 shots, has 6 saves, though. Penn has 9. Deepu has 5 shots. Bang with 9 shots. Lumi and Whirl both with 3 each. But, wow.
Man, there's no player here. There's no player here that underperformed on the Green Bay team. I don't care if Deepu has 390 points. He was doing so much work. I feel like so many fantastic 50s that don't really give you points. He bailed his team out so many times. So despite him having maybe a third of the points to some people in this lobby, I think he played out of his mind. So like this was an unbelievable game of Rocket League here. Really, really well played for both teams, and there were so many chances. I do think Green Bay Knights were the ones that had the better chances, but man, Burnsville are going to be kicking themselves. They had quite a few chances to end this game, and now that's 2 overtimes that Green Bay have won. So Burnsville, I mean, that might be their scourge. I don't think they want to go anywhere near overtime. They're trying to close this thing out in a landslide in regulation, as they've done. I guess they've done both times. I mean, the one game 3-0 you can maybe consider wasn't a landslide, but I mean, that's how they're winning. Regulation versus the Knights in overtime. So, I mean, we'll just have to see how this game turns out. And almost a wonder play from Debu trying to, play started early, but man, that was an exhausting game for the players, and now they have to hop right back in for one more.
It's going to go off the backboard. World doesn't have to follow. Penn into sort of a 1v1 here. He's able to 50 Lumi on the goal line, but Lumi's standing strong as ever, able to make that stop. Absolutely huge play from Burnsville to really kind of deny that 1v1 chance, and that really is where we've seen some goals scored for either side. Just when you have that, sort of solo versus solo opportunity. He's going off the backboard. Penn is there, hits the post. Follow up from Debu. Penn has to kind of save it on his own goal line. Or on Burnsville's goal line, excuse me, and really awkward play. Bang to the backboard, trying to get one more touch. Lumi is there underneath. And that is a simple follow-up for Burnsville to get the lead.
Yep, that is a fantastic way to get into things here, and just a clean play all around. Nice little pass out and fantastic shot in, and that's a quick way to get a goal. I mean, that they are going to need that. Burnsville just went a solid 8 minutes without scoring, so that's got to feel good to get back into the series, knowing you can score, and maybe relieving some weights from their shoulders. So getting back into the series now, it's up to the Knights to pick up that one goal loss. Nice play, and that was a great play from Lumi right there, but no one midfield ready for that play, or maybe it wasn't communicated, but have to start from scratch here, and Penn will just bang this ball down, looking for a free one. Almost gets past, to be honest. It was right there, and get it this time.
Gonna be redirected by Lumi. Penn is there to make the stop. You see how fortunes can change so quickly in some of these games, where one small touch can be the difference in these important games. Debu up the sidewall, does get around one. Unable to follow this. Bang is no boost. And, Debu just doesn't have enough momentum going the other direction to turn that into a shot. Double commit from Burnsville. Somewhat scrambling here. Debu off the backboard. Penn is there on the follow and is able to tie the game. Penn continues to be an important factor in this game and kind of has stepped up to fill that Donald void.
Yeah, Penn is just putting in the work right now. He's got a really good speed when it's off the backboard right there. It's like a little bit it's just a race to the ball. I feel like he's always getting that beat right there, and once again doing well to get that beat out, and the pendulum swings back in their favor to get that one. That's a quick play over too, though, and Debu is able to quickly run back. Midfield pass comes through. World rips a shot, and that'll be good enough. And it just seemed like everything fell apart in a matter of seconds.
And it came down to not only the touch that Lumi made, but nobody challenged straight up off of it. It's almost that instance where you got to communicate to the person who is behind you, who is straight up with the ball, and tell them to go, rather than kind of relying on your two front men to make a play. Is able to hit that shot and get that 50 midfield. Bang is there on the follow. It's 2:14 to go here, and it's now a 2-goal advantage for Burnsville. And again, it's another instance of taking too much time to challenge the ball, and once you do, you're in a way worse spot than you were if you just went originally.
Looking to claw back. Green Bay really out of lives here, and that big miss will cost them a few extra seconds. Now ripping this ball the other way where Penn is waiting. He's going to have a nice little sidewall, but not enough to get past. Bang. A couple players stacked up here looking for this corner read now, and pinch towards midfield, and that's a golden opportunity. The Lumi's off the post. Not able to make it forward this time out. 50-50 will secure him that corner, and now a pass out mid, but Bang's the only one there to shut that play down. Psycho almost. I mean, that's a nice touch out and to relieve some pressure, but as the time ticks down, 100 seconds now on that, and you got to find 2 goals still. Definitely within their capabilities, but it might start here with Penn. Nice outplay. Lumi now in the corner, but a dirty boost. He could just waste some time here looking for a 50-50, but he gets a little bit low on it, and shot comes through, pass to Debu. Back. Whoa. No way! I thought that was going to be a wonder play.
from Penn on to Bang. Gives the ball midfield. Lumi's there to follow it. And we'll leave that. Debu has to collect anyway. And Green Bay kind of scrambling here. Nobody knows when to go. There's a minute still here. Debu going to win that 50-50. I'll go to the far right side. Big miss from Burnsville. That one's going to be stopped by Whirl somehow. Able to get another touch and stick with that. Does get under one. But again, Burnsville hold their line and no boost for this Green Bay team. Struggling to find any sort of line of pads of any play. As Whirl hits the bar, it's going to go bar down. Nobody with anything from the Knights. 30 seconds now. And I mean, even after that overtime win in the last game, Game 5 just got away from them after tying the game. That play that Lumi made, nobody went for the ball, and it kind of sent them down a bad spiral.
Maybe a chance here, but they have to get moving right now. With only 10 seconds left on this clock, this basically needs to be a goal, but Bang will shut them down, snuff them out, and that is the last opportunity they're going to get. I mean, maybe here, but it just will not be enough quickly enough. And, very valiant game from Green Bay. You cannot blame them fighting without their second man, maybe the most impactful player even on their team. I'm not entirely sure what the dynamic is, but I do know he is a heavy hitter. So, bringing this 1-5, saving the game differential a bit, that does matter if you ever end up in a tiebreaker. So you can't discredit that. So I don't think this is a terrible loss for Green Bay, and this is against a Burnsville team like you were mentioning before that is super solid. It could have been one game difference against that Duluth team that could have sent them into maybe a finals run. So Green Bay played really well, but Burnsville are the ones to come out on top today, and they will be in their lips with 5 more points to their name. And I don't know what that does for the standings, but I mean, they're definitely going to be better than 8.
Yeah. Going to gain some points here, but going to Game 5 is huge. So it only improves your game differential. You can win and lose series all season long in Game 5, and you will be in a good spot for the season. Obviously, if you lose every single one of them, you're not going to be in a great spot. But if you win a couple and lose a couple, you're going to stick around the middle of the pack, which is where you want to be for land. But I mean, it only improves your game differential over the teams that are getting swept every week or winning some and then getting swept. Because it's such a bigger difference. But what it shows is it shows you can compete no matter what series you're in. When you're not getting swept, it shows that a couple of bounces go your way, a couple of plays that are made differently in some of the games. You win the series in 4, maybe you sweep. That's the difference versus when you're getting swept. I mean, unless the games are in overtime, it kind of feels like you're kind of outclassed, or you're not meant to win the series from the beginning. But
listen, Stewie, the good thing is we got lots more Rocket League for tonight. So
it's good to see some fight from both sides.
Yeah, it's good that we saw this go the distance despite having a bit of a handicap. Not even a big handicap, but listen, we got lots more Rocket League to cover for y'all tonight. We got Omaha, Buffalo, the Omaha going up against Bloomington right after.
We got the Omaha. We got the Buffalo.
We got the Omaha. We got the Buffalo, and that's it, guys. That's all we got. No,
that's all we got.
After that, we still got the Winnipeg going up against Bemidji right there, and then Kansas City and Fargo as well. So we still got a jam-packed 9 of Rocket League, and we'll get right back into that right after a quick break. See you in a bit.
save me? Please come and chase me. 'Cause I ran from everything I know. Even though I gave all of my love to you, try so hard to keep this flame that grew between us, but my own past won't let me move. Under the pressure of the light, forcing myself to change so I don't hide from myself. Even when broken, I will fight, searching for that place where we collide together. Oh, can you save me? Please come and chase me. 'Cause I ran from everything I know. Even though I gave all of my love to you, try so hard to keep this flame that grew between us, but my own past won't let me move. Under the pressure of the light, forcing myself to change so I don't hide from myself. Even when broken, I will fight, searching for that place where we collide together. We stand and watch the world go up in flames. We fight for love until we die in vain. When the sky is getting dark and we're broken
I don't know if you're going to mute us for a second, but appreciate it. Back to week number 4 of Rising Star. We're fresh off of a game 5 set that was an interesting one. We went from basically a rout in the first game by 6 goals to going into a really long overtime in the 4th game, and then the 5th game won by the team that won the first game. New caster unlocked, Spalty. I could say that
Hey.
you and I are now salty.
Yes, those who know.
Those who know about that, but yeah, we'll see what ends up happening for this series. This next one, the second one of the night, Omaha and Bloomington, and currently Omaha is sitting in 12th in Rising Star, Bloomington in 7th. Omaha's 1-5 on the season, a -10 game differential, but they made somewhat of a run in that first major, getting into the quarterfinal round, and then they were the team, one of the victims to Fargo. They did take 2 games off of the Major 1 champs, so some confidence there. But I was trying to see if these teams had played each other during the season, and I believe this is their first meeting. So if somebody wants to correct me on that, they can. But we'll see. We'll see what their first meeting goes like. Omaha's had an up and down season, like I said. They kind of have figured it out now, going into this major, Spalty. But some moves being made from pretty much every team in every league. So we'll see what ends up happening for this Omaha team of BLT, Mr. Cookie for life, and not Ryan. And the Maulers, you've got Sleep Dog, Kicking Drop, and Newt.
Yeah, I don't know a lot about some of these players. I do know on Omaha, I do know Mr. Cookie for Life. He is a fellow Wisconsin collegiate player, went to Madison College, so I do know him from that. Otherwise, I don't know much about BLT, Ryan. I do know Sleep Dog and Kicking Drop, though. I don't know if this is... I know they're 2 Newts. I don't really know the difference between the 2 Newts.
I can't remember the difference between the 2 either. All I know is one of them is on Bloomington, and the other one is... I believe was on Fargo, but is now was on Fargo last season, but is now, I think, a free agent.
Yep. But I do know the other 2. I think this Bloomington team is pretty good. I did not know that Omaha had a good run in the major and only lost to the champs. So, I mean, good for them. I going into this was thinking I was probably going to be Maulers, in my opinion, probably in like 4. But
right away.
Hearing that, I kind of have to put a little bit of faith into Omaha here. I think they actually have a decent chance.
I mean, one thing, you can have a terrible start to the season. Like I said, 1-5. I mean, pretty much has lost to everybody. Your confidence cannot be very high, but you can turn your season around with those majors, with playing well in them. And they did play well enough to get some points and then move themselves up from basically out of last to now starting to near towards the 8th place. But Bloomington, I believe 4-2 on the season, if I remember correctly, standings wise. Yes, 4-3. 15 points in that major as well. They made the quarterfinal round. We're actually one of the auto quals, topped Group C. I ended up losing to Brainerd on Brainerd's miracle run to the grand final.
That's Brainerd right there for you.
That's Brainerd right there for you. They find a way.
And then they disbanded pretty much.
And then they disbanded their whole roster. But yeah, Bloomington, I mean, the obvious choice here to win. I don't know if we're on predictions yet, but I think we're going to make my prediction. And my prediction is going to be Bloomington. I have to back Sleep Dog and Kicking Drop. I think those 2 players are the most important players on the field for really either side, because if they're playing well, they're going to dominate the series. If they're not playing well, Bloomington's going to struggle.
Yeah, I would agree. My original guess was Bloomington. I'm still going to go Bloomington. I think it's going to be a little closer than I originally thought, maybe a game 5. But either way, I think it's going to be a good series.
I just realized I was not in the lobby. Apologies. As we'll see what ends up happening for this series. But while we have a couple of moments, that's what I'm saying. While we have a couple of moments before the game is actually going, the game is going right now as it kicks off. Sleep Dog's rocking a green and red theme. Merry Christmas to Sleep Dog, even though we're 14 days away. We're 2 weeks away, but it ain't Christmas time yet. But Kicking Drop.
that is always the funniest thing for me, is players or people in general before even Thanksgiving ends, they're trying to put Christmas stuff up, and I'm just like, dude, we still got Thanksgiving.
Yeah, one
we
more
still got
national
some time.
federal holiday to celebrate here. It's not like we aren't at that yet. That pass mid from not Ryan to Mr. Cookie. will be blocked away. Newt has the follow. 2 breakouts on the side of Bloomington. That car is gross. Black cars unite, I guess you could say, for Bloomington's sake. But I don't know. Maybe it's the wave. But 50 seconds into this game, follow up from BLT. BLT, a very capable player for Omaha. We saw a lot of last season, as Omaha obviously they don't have Nero anymore. Made land last season and made it all the way to that grand final. Ended up losing to Bemidji, and we're a top team all season long now. Different fortunes, a different roster completely, and their scenario has been different. But one thing that hasn't been different though is their run as of late. Like I said in the major, played well enough to get some points, and now in this series, starting off with a opening goal to take the lead.
Yeah, I mean, just really good pressure overall so far. I kept it on the orange side for pretty much the entire time, and able to, you know, not really banging the ball away too much. They're kind of just trying to take their time with it, and it's working out for them so far. But a little bit of scramble on defense here as BLT does make a good save in this corner here. Newt trying to force some pressure here, but once again, BLT trying to get a good clear. Sleef Dog just trying to keep control of this ball. Mr. Cookie gets beat. And another beat in this corner here, putting it just barreling down into the middle, but no one there on the orange side able to connect with that one.
Good midfield challenge from Newt. And we'll see that a lot. Last series we saw it a ton. As the teams got confident and longer into the series, got more and more advantageous towards that midfield challenge, trying to break away, get some space for their other teammates behind them, grab some boosts. Sleep Dog around 1. BLT up over the top of Newt. Sleep Dog does get some revenge though, and Demo's the third man, so no help coming. The cavalry is back in the stables. I don't think that's really what you should say, but that's what I'm going to say. Because Omaha will have to collect themselves. Kicking drop. Pops to himself, trying to get around. Not Ryan. Not Ryan's 50 was not great. Mr. Cookie just has enough of a car and enough pixels to make that save to stop Sleep Dog's shot. As Newt will fake that one out, so you could call it a fake. For kicking drop. 2 minutes to go in this opening game. As Omaha returns the favor, and Emma's the third man of Bloomington. And once again, both teams have to collect themselves. Now Omaha on offense, trying to get some sort of chance to go through the middle. PLT. I mean, you just see kind of just running amok on that front half of Bloomington. And Sleep Dog, no stranger to playing physical, as that likely will be the theme for them all series long.
Yep, I agree. And I mean, this orange team now finally actually starting to find some pressure here, trying to just get their goal back because they are down 1-0 with a minute 38 left. Kicking drop, just trying to put it to the corner. Oh, whenever in doubt, put it in the corner. It's the most safe spot to be on defense. It's so hard to score from the corner, and they are just trying to use that to their advantage as much as possible here. BLT trying to get a touch around. Big follow-up from Mr. Cookie, but not the best shot on net, is able to get saved. And Ryan, kind of in an awkward scenario here, was getting chased for a moment, but does get left alone. And BLT with a good clear here into the orange side. It's kind of starting to become a little bit more of a banging game, as a little bit different from the first 2 minutes of the game. Both teams kind of just trying to hit it as hard as they can, keep pressure on as much as they can. You know, especially from this orange team, because they are, once again, down 1 still. They need something to happen here in order to keep this game going.
That makes you question, you know, where in the world is this goal? If there will be a goal from Bloomington, where is it going to come from? Because like you're talking about, you can take shots from the corner, but your chances of scoring, not great. Even if you do give up a goal from the corner, it's like, all right, fair enough. Found its way in, as that's going to be a demo on the back line. BLT on the follow. And this is a 2-goal advantage now. 25 seconds to go. Bloomington have some late game magic.
Yeah, I mean, they're looking really good so far. I'm not surprised, honestly. I mean, this is just game 1. Still quite a bit to be played here. But it does look like this one probably will go in their direction here. Yeah.
Kicking drop. They'll be taken away by Not Ryan. Not Ryan, a player though from last season that used a lot in sub-up opportunities, and Finds his way in a starting roster here and making the most of the opportunity here. Omaha takes game number 1. Kicking drop. Maybe we'll get one. It won't leave it for Sleep Dog in time, as that will be the opening game to the Buffalo. And this does not look like a Buffalo team that is 1-5. What in the world is going on with them as of late? They've figured it out. I don't know what the deal is, but they have found a formula that works for them. And sometimes that is all it takes. You can go from being a team that struggles mightily to being a team that suddenly has all the answers in the world. And I guess you could say this Omaha team is the a preferential answer to that question, as they take game number 1. They don't even give up a goal. They look confident as ever, and hopefully they can carry that into this game number 2. But it is going to, I have to say that we will see some changes from this Bloomington team, Spalty. I hope so.
Yeah.
Please, for the love of God,
No,
guys, do not change your strategy up.
I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, Omaha, I mean, BLT looks so good out there. 3 saves and 2 goals, just so many points, keeping his team alive there. And yeah, if I were Bloomington, I definitely would be making a little bit of change on how we play, whether it is trying to control the ball just a little bit more, maybe just trying to apply just a little bit more pressure, more demos maybe to clear up some easy goals. But whatever they do need to make a big change here. And yeah, no, Buffalo looking really good. It definitely could be a matter of just changing how they are playing the game. Maybe someone who was playing a little more passive originally on those first few weeks of the season, maybe changed it up and they're maybe a little more aggressive. And that's kind of maybe worked out for them. I mean, I've heard that happen. I've had to do that on a team before. I'm usually much more of like a third man play style, but I've had to play first man on a team, and it worked for that team. That's what we needed to do to make it work. But we'll have to see what Bloomington does here in this game, as Mr. Cookie trying to make a play on the ball. BLT in the corner on 0 boost, not able to make a good pinch off the corner, but still not in a very threatening position here. Mr. Cookie able to get a decent clear. Good shot on net from kicking drop, but easy save from Ryan. BLT able to get a decent clear off this ball, but just 50 after 50, it stays on the blue side here. They need to get a good clear here to make something happen.
Sometimes, like you said, the answer is in much more plain sight than you would have originally thought. Kicking drop, looking for a bump, trying to set up Newt for some sort of positional advantage for them. But once again, Omaha having the answer here. A minute in. So far, no advantage really from either team, I guess you could say, as some testing shots here for this Omaha team, as they have withstood the test of time, I guess you could say. They've made the stops that they've needed to, and they've made the plays that are necessary to make the stand. As once again, Sleep Dog putting pressure. Follow up, gonna hit the crossbar. Omaha trying to hang on, kicking drop. Finally, gonna get one. And goodness gracious, Bloomington can't buy one at this moment, but they're able to make it work.
I had my hands on my head for a solid 20 seconds there. I mean, just getting railed into the crossbar multiple times. I mean, just so awkward for our blue team here. But they finally put it in. Honestly, after missing that first shot, that was a good recovery on the shot for kicking drop there.
Woo! Met from Sleep Dog and kicking drop. Mr. Cookie, full boost. Sleep Doggo just completely ego chels it, and is able to get a 50-50 on Not Ryan. BLT will win that challenge. Newt, I mean, you see just on the case, ready to go, ready to make the play. And this looks much better from almost like they were asleep in the first game, I guess you could say. Newt will get around 1 with the advantage, trying to make some sort of possession play work, as Sleep Dog's able to get the second on the board. And a play from Newt off the backboard. Not Ryan thinks Newt maybe has a follow-up challenge, ends up just leaving it, and it's kind of the missing scenario there for Omaha, is where was that defender at?
Yeah, and who knows, it could have been a factor of game 1 was a warm-up. They were getting ready. I know sometimes that has happened for me and my team. You know, game 1 doesn't go too well. You're trying to get kind of ready, changing your play style based off how your opponent plays. And once you kind of figure that out after game 1, sometimes that's all it takes, and you can start winning games after that. And I'm wondering if that's what happened here. But trying to put this once again into the corner. I've seen it so many times this game. It's just constantly in the corner. Really weird place going on here. A lot of people kind of just jumping around in the middle. And a potential shot there, but I mean, it is an easy save for kicking drop. But both teams still not able to really get good control over the ball, just kind of ripping shots and a good bump. As I was saying before the game started, maybe they just need some bumps. But like, I guess in this case, it's for the other team. It's for VLT here, needed that bump, and he gets away with it there. Holy moly, that is a good play.
Yeah. And it was not Ryan. Just doesn't need the points, doesn't need the fame. Punts Newt out of the way as that shot. That touch from kicking drop, though, kind of the reason why that play was even set up in the first place, kind of just gave the ball away. Is that follow-up from BLT is going to hit the crossbar. Sleepdog over to Newt. And one thing we're seeing some differences for me on defense is Bloomington team starting to use each other a little bit more to get out of their half. Sleepdog, I mean, you see making a touch, kicking drop on the challenge. I was going to go wide. Newt and Sleepdog both kind of in the vicinity of the ball, chasing it around. There's 1:20 to go in this game number 2 so far. Just the 1 goal advantage. That one's going to off the backboard. Both players from either team missed the play. As kicking drop will read that touch. And another good backboard defense, a defensive stand, I guess you could say, from this Bloomington team is it's going to go midfield. A great 50-50 from Mr. Cookie for life. Can he turn it in? No. It's going to hit the post and not make its way through. Past midfield, nobody's there from Omaha. BLT doesn't want to commit because both of his teammates got basically a shard of boost. As that one's going to go midfield. He finally commits on the play, is able to get Mr. Cookie for life into the play. As they get the tying goal with 49 seconds to go.
Yeah, I was just about to mention that. I mean, all the shots from Omaha were coming from BLT for the longest time. And Ryan was just playing defense. Mr. Cookie not really into the play that much until the end there. He gets really good 50, almost gets a goal. But, I mean, it was just enough to keep pressure on, and he is able to just get his opportunity. He needs to put that one into the back of the net, and that's all they need for a tied game here. But pressure here for Bloomington. Does get beat out by BLT. There's BLT looking like a star player, man. I mean, despite, Mr. Cookie getting that last goal, BLT has been the one to put pressure on, but I mean, just no one's back for this clear here. I could barely even tell what happened. Oh, just a good 50 from kicking drop. Ryan just a little bit, creeping up a little bit too far there. And I mean, that's what it takes to get down 1 goal with 19 seconds left, man.
It's that one little step forward. It's jumping a little bit too far ahead in the play, getting ahead of yourself. It's BLT around 1, trying to give Omaha a late goal here. 8 seconds to go. Mr. Cookie for life. As a reset, kicking drop and Newt both commit to it. It's going to stay up. Kicking drop will leave this for Newt. It should be down on the ground. BLT is able to keep that one up. Sleepdog will let it fall. Somewhat of a fake, you could call it. He's able to get that stop. Game number 2 goes to the Maulers as they're leaving the series up. Give their team new life here after being shut out in that last game. They put up 3 goals here to take this one in the second game of our set.
This is kind of funny to see. Kicking drop with basically the same stat line BLT had last game.
Yeah.
Said, BLT, if you could do this, I could do it. And just kind of decided to take the game in his hands. And it worked out for him. They got the win. And I think they finally figured out what they needed to do here. But still a close game regardless. And looking at Omaha here, they did actually have more shots. They just didn't have any saves, which... or not really many at least. We had 2 saves from Ryan, which maybe that's where they kind of need to figure out for this next game is the kind of save area, because they do have enough pressure here to make something happen, and their shot quality is not too bad. Maybe it's just that defensive end they might need to focus up on a little bit more.
Yeah, what will change? I mean, for me, Not much needs to change for either side. I think Omaha is getting plenty of great chances. Bloomington is doing what they can with the opportunities that are presented at the moment, and they're making every opportunity work here. As that last game, as close as you could possibly want it for either side. Game number 3 kicks off. Not Ryan. We'll try and bank on kicking drop missing that, but we've kind of that ship has sailed. we are far beyond a miss from kicking drop at this point, having a pretty darn good series so far. As Sleef Dog, about the first on the board for Bloomington, just a long clear down the field, and not Ryan, that miss is gonna bite you in the butt every single time.
Yeah, unfortunately, I mean, he had many plays he could have done there. He could have just jumped like he did. He could have been on backboard. Either way, should usually be a save, but just a little bit of a mistake. But luckily for him, I mean, it's pretty early enough in the game. Another shot on net. Oh my gosh, a beautiful save from not Ryan, but no one able to follow up on it. Newt is just there. I was going to say they were only down 1 in 30 seconds. They had plenty of time, but
Ooh.
Down 2 is a little bit more rough.
Heck of a stop on the goal line for Omaha, but they aren't able to keep that one out. And yeah, now 2-goal advantage. Our predictions being saved for the moment. It's Bloomington scoring in bunches now, a lot more than they did obviously in that first game when they were shut out. Not Ryan trying to get around Newt. Newt basically meets it at the summit. It's able to get the stop. Good chance for Omaha, saved away again by kicking drop. Really putting his stamp on this series so far, having a heck of a defensive one. Another 50-50 BLT. We'll just leave that, and as a result, it is still being 50-50'd on either side. Follow-up from Newt will make it a 3-0 advantage now. There's a big edge in this series where neither team really has had a ginormous lead. This is the outlier.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's I can't even tell. It's already been a minute, like only been a minute, and it's already 3-0. BLT not able to do much on the field so far, and I mean Newt just with 2 goals. Sleef Dog with a really good fake that last play too. Opponent did not, Mr. Cookie did not know that he had no boost there and was faked out pretty easily. And Kicking Drop actually here keeping pressure on. Kicking Drop and Sleef Dog just like going hand in hand so far this game. They are feeling pretty good with each other here, and it really shows.
Sleef Dog will be beaten by BLT. BLT into the corner. It's not going to bounce as much as I think they want it to. Not Ryan's going to try and drop it down, but able to make it work. It's defense, defense, defense. But this Bloomington team now up 3 goals. Kicking Drop once again has the answer and the stop. This Sleef Dog will win that one into the midfield. Now looking for another one. Trying to go through all 3 players from the Buffalo. Not a time here for the Buffalo to get some sort of goal on the board, but every single chance is stopped by that guy. Kicking Drop 7809. Continues to have every single clear. Finds Sleep Dog on the outlet. Outlet midfield for Newt. The follow-up is blocked by not Ryan. As heck of a 3-man weave passing play from Bloomington, but they aren't able to make anything work with it.
Yeah, I mean, that was a very brilliant play. Unfortunately, just shot quality wasn't there and the defense was good enough. But I really like to see those passing plays. Oh my gosh, a miss from BLT on the backboard almost results in a goal. And BLT's still awkward, but he actually gets a good read on that. 0 boost into the corner here, just trying to force something. Kicking Drop, putting a shot on that. Really good demo from Newt. BLT having to scramble back and get a hit to the corner here. Really good read from Sleef Dog, making it really awkward. Ryan having to get to the backboard with 0 boost, but really good clear from BLT in order to keep the pressure off their team. Mr. Cookie trying to make a play. And Kicking Drop kind of just trying to force and see what the opponent's going to do with that ball. Unfortunately does not get a good enough 50, and it just goes right to the backboard. I mean, that waterfall straight down is so hard to read from Newt.
Yeah. I mean, it had a good amount of boost too. I mean, I won't argue that the read was as difficult, but still, to range back and cover. I mean, if you have somebody coming in quick too, you have to think about that as well. See what ends up happening here for this Omaha team. Now cutting the lead to 2, trying to give themselves some sort of chance here in this third game. As obviously Bloomington won the last one. This one, though, not as close. With 1 minute and 6 seconds to go. Newt up the sidewall. Plenty of time and opportunity, but Mr. Cookie for life on top of that play. Gonna look to go to the corner. Sleep Dog eats a demo. Where's BLT to follow it? Kicking drop just has enough of a touch. And we'll get that one to the side. 50 seconds now. This clock ticking away. As these two teams throwing punches left and right. See what ends up happening in this latter 30 seconds here, as Omaha need one to even have a shot here, Spalty.
Yes, they do. 30 seconds left. Not enough time to be dilly-dallying. Need a good shot here very soon. They have a chance here, and it actually just sneaks through. Kicking drop. Able to just somehow get that one past Ryan. I think there's a little bit of confusion there. Ryan thinking his teammate was going to get a good 50, but I mean, able to stay on that ball and just put that one bottom left. And unfortunately, that does put them down 3 goals. I don't really see this one being very possible, unfortunately, anymore. But this is kind of one of those moments. You just go next, see what happens this next game, make a change, figure out what you need to do, and maybe get a little bit of momentum. And Ryan with an open net, and he just flicks it to the backboard. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, fortunes change here. Bloomington wins game number 2. Number 3, excuse me. As that will be win number 2 for them for the set so far. Up 2-1. And to do anything they can to take this series.
Yeah, that felt pretty dominant offensively.
So, I mean, yeah, for the most part, Newt, I mean, this time the top of the leaderboard, it's kind of like we're trading spots of like, all right, who wants to be the guy for this game? So it's Sleaf Dog's turn the next game.
Surely.
To dominate and get a bunch of points and then get all the goals. But, I mean, you see the saves that Bloomington had to make. That's 10 shots for Omaha. They only get 1 goal. Not a great shooting percentage for them, but still plenty of opportunities for them. If they're able to get, some bumps or demos, maybe they score more than 1 goal in this game. But we'll see if their fortunes do change going into this 4th game. But another must-win game for a team that is down 2-1. Obviously, we saw Green Bay in the last game had to win game 4. They do. We'll see if they can follow suit here with Omaha.
Yep. And Newt that game, yeah, he did very well offensively, but we cannot downplay what Kicking Drop did on that defense for his team. I mean, any time you thought there was potentially going to be a goal, he somehow got there with a good 50, a good, just anything, any touch on the ball. Really weird kickoff here. Oh, Kicking Drop again with another save. This guy has been absolutely crucial on defense so far this series. I don't even know how he saved that, to be honest with you.
I think if you remove Kicking Drop from this lobby, there's probably 10 more goals that are scored by Bloomington or by Omaha, excuse me. I mean, it just feels like they continue to have an answer. And he continues to be the guy with the answer. Cheat code, I guess you could say. The follow up.
Really good bad miss on the backboard there from Ryan. Excuse me, sorry for cutting you off a little bit there.
You're good.
Yeah, no, that was a good or bad miss from the backboard, but not able to convert that for the Bloomington team here. And Sleaf Dog just trying to keep some pressure on. Good clear here, making Kicking Drop have to make a decent touch on the backboard. Good follow up from his teammate, but no one on that side, orange side, able to follow that one up, giving our Omaha team a little bit more pressure opportunity here. Good 50 from BLT, making Newt have to play this backboard. Plays it well, and Kicking Drop once again able to get a good enough clear. Newt's able to follow up for. And that's also another thing that I've noticed from this orange team, from this Bloomington team, is while their touches are relatively strong. They're almost like not strong enough to the point where their teammates can follow it up like well enough and get a good clear. And you know, that's always a good thing to be able to have as a team, is being able to play to your teammates and not hit it too far. And just because if you just play that game where you're just hitting the ball over and over again to the other team, it's not really doing much because they just constantly put the ball back on your half. But like this Bloomington team is able to just hit it soft enough for a good follow-up from a teammate or themselves even, and that I feel like that's what's been really good for them on defense in this series, and that's what's been working.
If their fortunes change here, Mr. Cookie for life dunked by Newt. BLT has one more touch. What can he get done? Ryan, leave it for him. A give and go. Able to reset, shut down by Newt. This one halfway done. Mr. Cookie for life not gaining any sort of chance though here, is that one's just going to be pirouetted to the corner, not Ryan. Up the backboard, Newt can almost drive up the backboard rather than jumping up, but hey, that's your prerogative. Do what you got to do to get a stop. Is Mr. Cookie for life in the midfield trying to find some sort of passing play. Leaf Dog. Leave that. It's going to go off the backboard. Kicking drop goes missing, and now we're playing the game of who's able to go for the ball. Bump comes out from Omaha, not Ryan. Has that follow-up shot. And yeah, kicking drop. I guess you could call it a backflip, more of like a no flip. So that shot will find its way in. Still 2 minutes left to go, but interesting play on this Omaha team on offenses. It really wasn't organized, but it does end up in a goal.
Yeah, I think just the one miss kind of threw them off a little bit. I mean, and if you have a miss and a bump, that's already 2 players out of the play on defense. It's kind of hard to recover from that. But still got a minute 40 left on the clock to make something happen here. And they're also a game ahead, so I mean, even if they lose this, they still got more to play. So if I were them, I wouldn't be too worried about being down 1 right now. Just keep playing their game, don't panic, and they will, I'm sure, make something happen here in this next minute 20.
Ryan goes missing, just BLT left. Newt trying to cut midfield, has a pass out. Either one from Bloomington wanting to commit to that. It was a little bit too risky for, I think, both of their liking. Mr. Cookie around 1, trying to find a double. Kicking drop. That's that soft, not Ryan. Takes it off of his head top. Newt ends up just giving the ball right to BLT. BLT chasing bumps and demos now, trying to give his teammates an open chance here. Kicking drop on respawn. Would be the first man. He drove upfield, but decides to kind of bail out of the play, and Bloomington kind of looking for that perfect opportunity, and I have a feeling within 40 seconds here, it's not going to show up if we don't make it happen. This Newt, one more touch to the sidewall. We'll leave that for kicking drop. Kicking drop around BLT, but again, Omaha has the touch that they need to make. I'm going to be ended up being a pass back from Sleep Dog. Newt's in the area, but doesn't have enough boost to stick with it. Now kicking drop. Has a touch, has a double to the backboard, but nobody from Bloomington's in the vicinity to make the follow. Newt on target, stopped by Mr. Cookie. 10 seconds now, we're living in this blue half. Bloomington trying to tie this game at 1.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit of pressure at the end here from BLT. BLT's been really confident in the air trying to get those flip resets so far, but there is a chance from the orange side. Mr. Cookie, though, with the pre-jump, able to get a good clear on in a 1v3. That is an amazing save, to be honest with you.
Huge stop, huge challenge. We will go to another game 5. Just can't avoid it at this point.
Masters do not get a break tonight.
Yeah, no break for any of us. As interesting series indeed for both sides. As what could have been for this Bloomington team if they were able to get out of their half. It felt like they were locked in their half the entire series, or the entirety of that game. There's not really many opportunities for them to get any offensive chance going. We'll see if their lives improve at all from this game number 4. Is Omaha, it only takes 1 goal. That's it. And they go to that 5th game. Now, I'm feeling a little bit less confident in my prediction as Bloomington failed to score in that game. But hey, sometimes it just doesn't work out for you on the goal sheet.
Yeah, I did call a game 5. I knew it would happen. just originally I was gonna say game
I
4.
just had the cameras on at the time. I knew it happened.
Yep. There might be a little script writing going on in the background, but
All right.
no.
Did you
Anyways,
break into my room last night because you have the script now? I see it.
potentially. I don't know. You didn't.
Potentially.
You might not have double checked the script after I messed with it.
Did not
but,
lock the door. Crap. He stole it. He has it. He knows
But,
the answers.
anyways, kickoff here, kind of going in Omaha's or Bloomington's direction rather, as they try to keep that in on the blue side. But Newt up with this ball, able to get one touch, but not a good enough touch to be able to follow up. ELT just trying to keep it in a safe position here. A little double commit on the blue end here. Not leaving Ryan back alone. He does get beat, but an unfortunate second touch from kicking drop clears it. Still though, on this blue side, but Ryan with 0 boost on this wall. Able to get a good 50, giving Mr. Cookie for life an open shot, and he just barely nails that. I was worried for a second that wasn't in, but he does slot that right around kicking drop, and Sleep Dog just not able to read that, especially on 0 boost.
That could be a big goal here as we kind of end this series off. As what have we seen so far? Mr. Cookie for life step up huge to get this win for this Omaha side. Sleep Dog around 1 trying to bump BLT but can't get him. Kicking drop somewhat caught out. Just Newt last back. We'll eat a 50-50. As a result, it will be a rough go of it for this Bloomington team. Now down by 1 goal once again, having to claw their way back and try and score some sort of goal. As kicking drop, this time just takes matters into his own hands. Does not want to see a repeat of the last game. Collects the ball here. BLT chasing him. Kicking drop ends up just getting the demo, and not Ryan, not expecting it. Kicking drop just drives the ball right by him. 1-1, 3:33 to go.
Yeah, I mean, good control there. Ryan just a little lost, and that demo was kind of the icing on the cake there. If he doesn't get that demo, I believe that was, I don't remember who that was that got demo, but they definitely could have gone back. But as I'm rambling, within just a few 12 seconds here after kickoff, Mr. Cookie able to put it to BLT, and BLT, I mean, just always on offense. He is always ready for that, and as you can tell, results in a goal here with still plenty of time left. Only down 1 goal. Still can be, anything can happen at this point, but if they want something to happen, they need a pass like that, but unfortunately just wide there from kicking drop, and that was potentially the one chance they needed to get back into this game here.
You won't have any boost to go for that. Such to just leave it. Sleep Dog is there on the case, not Ryan. Only get the greatest touch. Kicking drop there to cover it up. See what strategy changes we see from either side now with Omaha up and winning this game. See if their fortunes able to change for them. I mean, 1-5 on the season, not having the greatest season, but their weeks, the past month has been so much better than the beginning of their season started. It almost feels like this just isn't even the same roster. And see what ends up happening for them.
Yeah, I mean, definitely made something change, because I mean, if they're able to go up against a team like this, bring it to a game 5, and even be up in game 5, I mean, you had to have been working on something for sure.
Yeah.
But whatever they're doing, they need to keep doing it, because it is working. They are still up with 2 minutes left on the clock. Little dangerous here as Newt tries to put a shot on. Not the greatest clear from Ryan, puts it to the opponent, but fortunately the shot was not on net, but still really awkward here. But, I mean, BLT always there for that, able to get a good touch that is able to get cleared by Mr. Cookie. And trying to keep the pressure on here, just not letting this Bloomington team have any chance at offense. And it is working so far. They're controlling boost pretty well. They are controlling the ball pretty well, making this Bloomington team really awkward a lot of the time. And if they can keep that up with no mistakes on defense, they will probably run away here with a game.
And 10 to go. Still some time. So plenty of opportunities. This kicking drop. Able to tie up the game at 2 apiece. The demo from Sleef Dog just hits at midfield. I mean, either or. One of those guys is going to finish that playoff. I mean, there's no non-guarantee about that one. As these two fighting tooth and nail to get some sort of advantage for this series. As these two giving it their all. I mean, another series where either team deserving of this win. Sleef Dog into the midfield, BLT on top of it. I mean, it's man advantage game over and over again. It's ever able to get that 1-on-2 or that 2-on-1. Regardless of which way it goes. And so far, it's been both sides to get it done. Mr. Cookie up the fields for Sleep Dog. Able to collect that one. Ends up leaving it for not Ryan. Newt up the field for Sleep Dog. A demo on kicking drop. Could spell some shenanigans here for either side. This could become very, very interesting. In the latter part of this game with 16 seconds left, we're living in this blue half. It's Newt to the backboard. Does he have a follow? Mr. Cookie and not Ryan both stuck on the side of the ball. Awkward as ever. As not Ryan will have that clear. Newt towards the net. Kicking drop trying to run interference. It's going to pop up midfield. Is anyone there? It is not Ryan. He will hit that outfield. I think, yeah, Bloomington is going to leave that one. So we're going to go to overtime in game number 5. 1 goal is all it takes to take the set. Excuse me. Sleep Dog. We'll hit that one directly at BLT. And again, Omaha now on offense, trying to get this this last final goal. Maybe it's not Ryan to do it. Trying to go inside, but his teammate was demoed to the midfield. And I guess you could say the demos for Bloomington have picked up a little bit. That one's not going to sneak its way through. I thought the angle was good, but will be cleared away. Newt's touch is good enough for now. As Sleef Dog's 50-50 will be 30 seconds into overtime. And finally, Bloomington is able to get out of their half.
Yeah, that was very dangerous for a long time there. At first, it was dangerous for Omaha, but before that overtime hit, but kind of flipped around a little bit. But it seems like both teams have kind of figured out, brought it a little bit to neutral, a little bit of pressure here from kicking drop as he gets a good 50. Sleef Dog putting it into the corner, kicking drop in a really good position to try to put that one mid. Almost goes in, but Newt kind of with an awkward touch. We don't like to see that, as not Ryan is able to put it to the backboard, but kicking drop once again, the savior of this Bloomington team. He has been there time and time again on defense to get a good enough touch and a good enough clear. And that good enough clear has brought them onto some offense here. Kicking drop once again into the corner here, trying to put this one mid. Really good potential shot there for Sleef Dog, but that actually puts Sleef Dog out of the play. And it looks like there's an open net as nobody is there. Oh my gosh.
Oh boy.
What happened to there?
I mean, from one end to the other, you just don't know what's going through the mind of that. I mean, that last defender, yeah, GG's all around. I mean, close series, but Omaha, a huge win for them, for their season, for their hopes. But you wonder, I mean, what was going on that play? What the decision that was made? Maybe going for corner boost at the wrong time, just kind of caught the wrong bounce. But it's almost like we went from offense on one end to just an instant counterattack, and Omaha made the most of it. They caught Bloomington, napping, and ended up being a open net for Mr. Cookie for Life, who in that game 5 at least was not going to miss it. A heck of a game 5 from Mr. Cookie for Life to keep his team on top and able to give Omaha the win. And you have to wonder what went wrong for Bloomington. They played some incredible defense through the whole series, had to make a ton of saves, but their offense, when it mattered, kind of fell flat. I mean, game 4 were shut out in that last game. didn't put up enough to win. And that's really where they lost it for me, was on offense. It turned into an offensive shootout, and Bloomington was able to play enough defense, but was not able to keep up offensively.
Yeah, I think the issue was they were so confident in their defense that they kind of just like didn't really want to transition to offense that much, which kind of just led to a lot of pressure on them, and they just couldn't really. They didn't really give themselves many opportunities because they were breaking out of defense but not doing anything about it. And so I just kind of bit them in the butt a little bit there, and they walked away with the loss. But I mean, overall, still really good series. Both teams played very well. I am honestly, despite hope or thinking that the Maulers were going to win that one, Buffalo coming on top with the win there. So they really needed that for their season.
Yeah. Big points for them. I mean, can't be mad if you're Bloomington either. I mean, you're losing game 5 overtime. It could have gone either way. Obviously, going to game 5 helps your chances too. Like I mentioned earlier, a game 5 loss and a game 5 winner, both are good. So, I mean, you're just only improving your ability to win those tiebreakers if it does come down to that. And sometimes it does, for who is able to make land. And, yeah, just our second series of the night. It was another game 5. Interesting for sure from both sides, as that will lead into our third series of the night coming up in just a bit. Winnipeg and Bemidji. The Atlas taking on the Lumberjacks, current champions of Rising Star from last season. But these two teams, I guess you could say Bemidji at 11th. They're 4-3, didn't do much in the major. Atlas are 1-5, didn't do really anything in the major. And I think both made roster moves, if I'm not mistaken. Don't remember, but a lot of roster moves in Premier and Challenger. Not many in Rising Star, which is kind of surprising. As normally Rising Star is the league that makes a ton of roster moves. But this is the different season, I guess you could say. This is the one that is not the same compared to the others. But yeah, just our third series of the night, as we're gonna throw it to a short break and hop over to Winnipeg and Bemidji in just a little bit.
Nothing else can drown it out. Put myself in a race and made a bet and erase it, just to know that I still count. I can hardly feel, but I try to pretend. I put my hand on my heart just to see if I'm human. You hold your breath just to see if you can. When you've been broken, when you've been broken, could there be an answer in the hurt that set me free? More than all these empty words that brought me to my knees. And I'm broken, but I'm hoping. And I'm broken, but I'm hoping. And I'm broken. And I'm broken.
Welcome back
All right.
to some Rising Star action. Still got to hop out of the booth. I jumped in. I'm always here, so not much of a jumping in. I got Spalty with me, the newbie on the block. Welcome, good to have you, buddy. Absolutely amazing,
Thanks, man.
amazing casting. Looking forward to hearing more.
I'm trying, man. I'm trying. I have a little bit of experience with my own league in the past, so whenever you guys need me to, I mean, like I said, I'm always usually available for Rising Star. Obviously, I play Challenger, so it's not gonna not gonna happen as often. Usually working on Saturdays, so usually I'll be here for Rising Star whenever you guys need me. So
It's almost like you're speaking for me, playing Challenger, working Saturdays. Yeah, story of my life. But you don't want to hear about us. You're here for Rising Star, not the Challenger nerds. Barely Challenger, but welcome back. Our schedule today has been absolutely crazy. Yes, I use that word. It's been hectic. We should be at the start of the fourth series. We're starting the third series, so yeah, we'll see how it goes. We might or may not have a fourth series. We'll keep you updated as the teams respond in the background, but we will for sure have the Winnipeg Atlas and the Bemidji Lumberjacks playing in this third series. Will they go to 5? I mean, a smart man's first man would bet on yes. But something I want to cover real quick. It's been a very long season. Still alluded to at the beginning. It's already the end of the year. 2026 is literally in a couple weeks, which is insane to think about. For MCS calendar, however, starting in October, draft weeks, major went crazy last week. Seer, Air, and Seppi taking it home for Rising Star. That was only a week ago. Already determined is open. We'll close this Sunday. There will be another one. So if you're not happy with the changes you made, you will have another opportunity. But for now, teams. I think it was Zoms who said it, like teams making last minute changes. If today goes bad, some people's heads might be on the chopping block. So we'll see. It should be exciting. It should be hectic. Already so many moves. We need a whole show covering all those, but ain't nobody got time. Not yet, anyway. But for now, one more thing before we come back to the series. If you got a Twitch Prime, subscribe. It's free. Doesn't cost you anything. Check it out. Just look if you have it. If you don't, it's okay. Just typing hello, we love you in the chat is support enough. But all that yapping aside, back to the actual action. Why we're all here to watch this new look Winnipeg Atlas team. I don't know if Image has made a roster move. I have not been keeping a close watch, but I know for sure Winnipeg has, because that is my former team. So I know the ins and outs of some of the background. They acquired Sosa and Fiddlesticks and built around Vex, and they just lost everybody else on the roster. So looking forward to seeing how that team does. The players are getting a little antsy. I think they want us to start. So Spalty, do you want to start us off with some predictions here?
Yeah, so it's funny because the Winnipeg Atlas is, I'm pretty sure, in 16th place right now. But with this new roster change, I know Sosa, I know him from CSA, he is a great player. I think if he just like does what he needs to do and plays well, doesn't make mistakes, I think he can carry this team to a win today. I think Atlas is going to win.
Atlas, that is fair. That's not Atlas. That's not you. Ignore that. Boom.
Almost.
Atlas.
There we go.
I mean, you said it, 16 seed, but does that really matter when you just picked up Sosa? I don't think Rising Star is ready for what they're about to witness with this kid. I don't want to set him up to fail by like hyping up a little too much. But this new look team with Fiddlesticks and Vex to run it out should be a very, very strong contender. That is if they can survive Napier's demos on the other side. So the Bemidji Lumberjacks, the Rising Star champions, the reigning Rising Star champions, should not be overlooked by any means. None of the old roster here, but doesn't matter. The franchise still holds the crown, as they will be looking to go back to back. And I gotta back my boy. It's kind of like I know I left the Winnipeg Atlas. The Winnipeg Atlas curse continues, but I have to back them here. Give me Winnipeg also in 4. You know what? Please give it to me in 3. We need it. We need the time, please. But without further ado, I think it's time to get the players in, get the series in. I don't see too many cams, sadly. It's okay. I'm sure they'll warm up into it as the season progresses, hopefully. Swalty, any knowledge on any of these teams? Have you been paying attention to any Rising Star action on your off days, or like
Not a lot. I do know players just because of other leagues a little bit. Like I do know Napier. Obviously, yes, he is a very demo heavy player. He's not like, I feel like in CSA at least, he's actually relatively low salad for how good he is. I feel like he could put some work in for sure. But like I said though, I mean Sosa is just really good. He was on a team that through the entire season was constantly changing players, and they were still one of the top 4 teams through the entire season, and he's the only one to stay on that team the whole time, I'm pretty sure. It's like, obviously there's something there where maybe he is kind of that glue that holds that team together, and I'm wondering if he's going to be that for this team too.
I'm hoping he's that for both teams. The other team, I don't have much, but I'm expecting great things from them in their first crown, maybe. As we know. But you're right. He's a player who he has not earned his stripes in MCS just yet. But he is a rookie. This is his first series in MCS, his first game in FCS, and he has to make a save here. No, Vex has him covered, or does he?
Not quite there. Unfortunately, Fiddlesticks with a whiff there and Vex with another whiff there. And that is the problem. As good as Vex and Fiddlesticks might be, you still have to realize that in order to fit Sosa on a team, they kind of needed to grab 2 kind of lower salad players. So they might be prone to making more mistakes than usual. And I mean, as you saw there, 2 mistakes in a row, kind of hard to make up for that in any kind of tier of gameplay. And opportunity here, Napier does kind of cook up the blue team here, but no one there to follow that up. Sosa with a good enough clear, trying to make another play. Actually gets a really good demo. Vex opting to leave that one in the middle for Fiddlesticks, but does get blocked out, and we see Sosa kind of scrambling back, trying to potentially cover for his teammates here. Not much happening here though, as Vex does get a touch, not exactly what he wanted. Thailands was able to try to put a little bit of pressure on, but with 0 boost, not able to make a good play, and Napier with a good clear. This game's kind of just seeming a little back and forth so far. Not a lot happening other than that 1 goal off of 2 mistakes.
Yeah, you're right. And, I mean, so far it's as far as low south to round out a team with Sosa, because I mean he is a tier max. that's how highly a lot of the people who know him rate him. He's just borderline too good for Rising Star. As far as low south to round out a roster with him, I like this combo of Vex and Fiddlesticks. It is their first series together. I don't know if they had a sprint before this, so there will be a few mistakes like that, just leaving gaps in the midfield and just an open net for Thailand to roll that second goal for Bemidji into. But with time, I think this could be a dog horse in Rising Star. There's always a second third window if it doesn't work out, but just 3 weeks of gameplay until then. And it's never too late to make a change. But Del Pico makes it 3, and Bemidji just getting a stranglehold of this game.
Yeah, I mean, kickoffs are not going in their favor so far. And to be fair, you know, we were talking about how they probably just haven't figured out how to play with each other yet. It's their first series. It's the first game of the series too, so like, I mean, there's so much left, like so much more Rocket League left to be played here. But I mean, this, oh man, they are letting our predictions down. This is so dominant so far. Still 2 minutes left and it's already 4-0. It's just, it seems like they're just so awkward on defense and kind of just leaving some big gaps that are just being taken advantage of. And I mean, this orange team, another kickoff, as I was talking about kickoff goals as well. Yeah, I mean, this is just kind of a blowout so far this game. I feel like if I were in this position, it's kind of hard to take a win off this game. I would just focus on winning these last 2 minutes. Whether or not you win the game, whether or not you come back, just try to be positive in pressure and goals in this next 2 minutes, so that into this next game you will have a lot better of a time.
I mean, that's the perfect mindset to have, and hopefully they do have it. We saw a little bit of this in the first game of the day, with Burnsville winning that game 8-2. It just felt like a couple kickoff goals, 3 goals up in the first 30 seconds, and all of a sudden it's an uphill climb. You're just overcommitting to try and push something in. And a couple kickoff goals here, it just looks like it's just too far-fetched and just making too many mistakes. So the game is chalked. It's okay. Like you said, win the 2 minutes. Whether that is by scoring a goal, not getting shut out here, or just by getting enough pressure to give yourselves hope, to show that you have some offensive pressure and some offensive plays going. You can't just be on defense the whole time. That will just not be great for the mental. Don't let the scoreline get too bad. Don't let it get to an embarrassing point, as Thailand would make it 6 the second of the game.
I think it is getting towards that embarrassing point. I think that touch there was not exactly what he wanted. Just put it into the wall. Free pass for Thailand. Sosa not expecting it. And at this point, there are 2 things that could happen. I think either Sosa could play a little bit safer and try to just play off of his teammates' mistakes a little bit more, or he can just try to be, oh my lord, an open net missed by Vex. I was gonna say either that, or he could try to just play ultra aggressive and just kind of try to do everything for the team and maybe get away with it, but that's always, you know, really risky. But either way, he needs to not be doing that. It's actually not too big of a deal. Vex was there to cover up for his miss, and Fiddlestick trying to keep some pressure on. I don't mind that second touch, keeps it close enough for Vex, and a bump attempt does come out on Dill Pickle, but Dill Pickle does get a dodge here, and Sosa just left so awkward with no one else able to help him get out of this situation, as it is 7-0. That is not looking too good to start off for this team. I was gonna say at 2 minutes that it did look like they were starting to kind of win that last 2 minutes, but I do take that back. Unfortunately, they did get scored on twice here, and yeah, I mean, just go next at this point. Almost another goal though from our Bemidji team that has been so good so far, and Napier just trying to put that ball down. Yeah, no, very, very dominant from Bemidji. Sosa, oh my god, okay. This is actually really funny. Sosa does this all the time. I swear it doesn't matter if he wins or loses. He will just leave the game immediately and change cars. He changes presets so quickly after every game. I swear.
Yeah, that is.
Oh, it's so funny.
Can't
It's just something he does. This is just something he does, man.
I mean, that game wasn't great, but you always have the cope of this is our first ever game together. Forget series, this is your first ever game together as a team. I don't know if they played their first series. I don't see a report, so I'm assuming they didn't play. Maybe reschedule or something. So use that cope to say, hey guys, it's fine. Whatever that happened, let's rotate out wider more. Maybe just to get better 50. Just play it out as if, hey, it was a 7-0, but it doesn't matter. We just lost the game. Think of it as a loss. Don't think of it as a blowout. A whole lot of series left to play. So hopefully they're not getting in their heads too early. I know Fiddlesticks, an MCS veteran who pretty damn good vibes. One of the chillest dudes in MCS I've had the chance of speaking to and meeting at LAN. Also one of the older ones, so hopefully he can keep the team's mental in check, line it up. Also, I'm sure Green Ninja is in there somewhere. He's looking out. Maybe time for him to sub him in if the game 2 goes the same way as game 1. But so far, 10 seconds. You haven't conceded a goal. Small wins. I am not trying to be condescending. That's how you gotta look at it. You gotta like take the game by segments, slowly by slowly. The longer you survive, the more confidence you'll gain. You don't want Bemidji getting 2 or 3 in the first minute, and then it's just like, okay, we're just gonna go again and then try and reverse sweep. That's unlikely, very unlikely. That's Vex maybe getting a shot here. It's on net. Do have to double commit. Sosa tries putting it back in. Nothing doing though. Getting some offense going. A couple decent looks. As Vex's shot almost sneaks in. Save coming out in a pinch from Bemidji. Does Thailand's have the read? He fakes it out. Difficult with the shot. Goes wide. Sosa awkward low boost. Vex yoinks it and doesn't go for the ball. That's not what you want to see, but Fiddlesticks has it covered for now. As it's looking like Winnipeg is on the ropes a little bit. A few shades of game 1 and they're on defense. They just look just so damn vulnerable. But they're getting some looks on offense, which is positive.
Yeah, I mean, so far in this game, they've looked a lot better than first game. I've noticed Sosa is kind of starting to try to take the bull by the horns, try and make some more plays happen. So definitely taking the more aggressive approach, which, if it works, it works. I mean, I feel like, wow, great shot from Sosa here. Good save, though, from Thailand's. But as I was saying, Sosa just trying to be the best player in the tier. I feel like he feels confident enough that he can beat pretty much any player on the field to a ball, so he's just going to keep trying to do that. And that is definitely an approach to make. Fiddlesticks with another shot. And so far, this pressure has completely went around. Maybe a misplay by Sosa there trying to flick it instead of letting Vex take the shot. But even so, I mean, so far it is 4 shots for this team here, this blue team here. This Winnipeg, as I was trying to look at the it says Omaha Bloomington still, so I was a little confused for a second there. But yeah, Winnipeg now kind of looking like they're going to turn it around potentially here with a lot more opportunities they are giving themselves, and if they can continue this without giving up too many goals like that, like just such a simple shot that should never be in. We cannot be giving those up, but I mean, Thailand's placed it quite well with just enough power.
I mean, Winnipeg should probably be ahead here. That opportunity Sosa took away from Vex. I mean, after the way game 1 went, I mean, you said it yourself, Sosa, the first 2 minutes of this game, he's looking like he wants to take the bull by the horns. And that trust after a game a 7-0 game one. It will take time to come back because Sosa, talented, a beautiful lead, shuts it down. That trust will take time, but it has to come back. You can't. You can get a couple 1v3 plays here and there, but you can't 1v3 a whole game, much less a whole series. So you gotta let your team shoot. As that pop on net, you have to commit. Very low boost on the entire Bemidji team. This is an opportunity. As Vex will keep the pressure. Goes missing. Fiddlesticks is ready to follow up. Goes high. Napier going for the 50. Shuts it down. Bemidji definitely have looked a lot more vulnerable than they did game one.
Yes, they definitely do. And it definitely is. I think there's a lot more boost stealing going on, a lot more just kind of going for the ball at better times from this Winnipeg team, which is kind of causing them to be a lot more awkward, which good for Winnipeg. I feel like they need to keep doing that as long as their defense doesn't just fall apart. As long as they can cover their holes. I mean, they definitely have a lot more opportunities this game, but I mean, that is a generational miss by Sosa. I don't think that should be a miss on the ball, just a little bit of a misread.
Yeah.
They're down 2, but I mean, still a minute 17. Anything can happen here. If I were Winnipeg, I would not count yourselves out too much yet.
You can see it at the first goal, 2 minutes 30 on the clock. At the very least, that tells you for 2.5 minutes for half the game, you held your own. Listen up, and probably should have been ahead by a goal, if not more. They had multiple looks. So 6 has to be careful and even for the shot. That is in, and once they can make it back, can't. And it is 10 goals unanswered. 50 seconds left of game 2. Now, I'm hoping this is a Castro jinx, but are we about to see a perfect sweep here?
Yep, I mean, yeah, we definitely hoped that this team would win to begin with, but they're not treating us too well. I mean, if you look at these stats, alright, you can laugh all you want about that, but unfortunately
I was sneezing, I promise.
Alright. Anyways. That was funny. I actually sounded like you were just like laughing a little bit there, but I was gonna mention though, I mean, if you look at the saves from both teams right now, this orange team has 7 saves. I mean, this Bemidji team is just, they're playing good enough defense, but that also kind of tells you that this Winnipeg team is definitely putting on enough shots. Oh my gosh, a miss, as I'm kind of rambling about a little bit here, does put them on the board for the first time this series. That was the first goal from Winnipeg this series. And it was a miss from Dill Pickle.
I mean, I'm still expecting this game to go the way of Bemidji, but I definitely need to see more from the Sosa in the sense of not more solo plays necessarily, but just more. I get it, you want 1v3, you think you have to, but playing the beat and forcing space for your team sometimes will create so much more than just a solo play attempt over everybody. And in Rising Star, hopefully he will learn quickly. Sometimes a shot on net is your best friend. Just a simple shot on net. Just high, strong. Either they'll go in straight in, or your team will have a follow-up. But they scored a goal. So, game 1, 7-0. Game 2, 3-1. So, I mean, at this rate, they should win this game, right?
Surely. You'd hope so with how many points differential they have changed it to, from 7 points to 2 points. Surely they go like +3 this time, right? But no, they definitely need to make something happen here. It definitely is a factor. I mean, you were talking about just taking shots, like really good, powerful shots, well placed. You could say that about pretty much any tier. I mean, even like Challenger. I feel like that's what makes playing with, like, I'll just bring my team into this. I love playing with Juxo and Luigi. They're both really good about just putting nicely placed, powerful shots on net. And that's what's given us a lot of success. The times we've lost was because we weren't putting those or placing them very well or doing very good shots. So like, I mean, it just goes to show, I mean, even in Challenger, if you can shoot the ball, you will perform really good. And I mean, with how good defense usually is in Challenger as compared to Rising Star, I mean, it's gotta work in Rising Star, right? At this point, like, It works in Challenger, it's got to work in Rising Star. Just put a good shot on net, make it powerful, and you will probably get away with a goal from here and there.
And we've been focusing very, very hard on the Winnipeg side of things. The brand new roster. We got Sosa. We have so much high hopes for him. But on the other side, this Bemidji team, defending a championship is Sosa almost lost that. Promising start for Winnipeg, but they got to put away their shots. Hopefully they've learned from last game. Because they had a lot of offense. It's just like Bemidji shoots, it's in the net. Winnipeg shoots, it's not. And that's been the story of the last game, and so far the first 30 seconds of this one. With Bemidji, looking to defend the championship, Duke, iCosmic, and Hero right at home last season for Ben Storm. His 4th chip as a GM, tied with the highest with Pressure, who is retired now. So Ben looking to go clear this season. That's Sosa's shot, unfortunate. Very powerful, underside of the crossbar. Crossbar saving Bemidji there.
Yeah, from Sosa, I mean, that's the kind of shot, especially with how the series has been going, that just needs to go in, and fortunately not. Still 4 minutes left. There's a lot of really good shots being put on net right now, so far. They just need to be placed a little better. And that one was just enough. No one in the net here from the orange team. And a little bit of a panic touch from Thailand's. But Sosa capitalized off it, and you could tell so far, it's almost like they read our minds. I mean, they're just putting powerful shots on net now, and look at that. This is the first time where the series, other than 0-0, has been tied up for this team. I mean, like, seriously though, I mean, this is their 2nd goal. I mean, they haven't had many opportunities coming up to this, and now I think they're starting to figure it out a little bit. Still kind of just playing around with different play styles, seeing how they could make something happen. And an open net from Sosa here as he doubles it in. I was a little afraid that was going to hit the post and bounce a little awkwardly. But the defense here, Napier, just kind of giving him a lot of space to work with, and that is not what you want to do when it comes to Sosa, and he gets away with it.
Yeah, I don't think he was expecting how much space he actually had. He was expecting the defense to like back off and then maybe insta-challenge or something. That's why he went to the sidewall. But either way, he read it. He had the read. As this has to be a save, it is from Sosa. The follow-up. What a save from Sosa again. And Winnipeg get away with that. Sosa with an excellent double save. Showing up huge in Game 3 so far. It is low boost, though difficult on the prowl. Sosa has to go back for the boost. Will leave the ball, however. Phil 6 does not miss. They clear. Now it's some boom ball from Bemidji trying to make Sosa awkward on the backboard. Napier the challenge. Feed out on 3 from Sosa. Napier already back. Does he have the read? He does. Where's the follow-up from this Winnipeg team? They're all there.
Oh my gosh.
Almost a triple commit. Sosa backs off last second. Vex and Fiddlesticks say, we're not backing off. We got this. And they definitely do.
That is crazy. That is wild. I mean, the fact that that goes in, I mean, I'm just appalled. So you could tell Sosa wanted that shot too, and he luckily backed off, because if he went for that and then they didn't get that goal, I mean, it wasn't looking good for them. But looking a lot better here for Winnipeg. 3-1 with half the game left, and they're making a lot less mistakes so far, which I think is kind of the name of the game for them at this point. Whether or not they're like, I feel like their pressure is pretty good. It's more of just defensive mistakes that led to a lot of goals. As long as they can cut that out, I don't think they will be doing that bad. And I mean, you could tell from this game that's exactly what they've been doing. And as I say that, Sosa does miss, but it's in their corner. Nothing to worry about there. It's really hard to make a shot from the corner, as I've been saying today so far. Sosa with a beat. He just barely gets bumped and cannot get back to the ball because of that bump. But this orange team, Bemidji, cannot really get out of their half with enough, you know, control of the ball. Like, they're getting it out of the half, but it's more of just kind of banging it to Winnipeg so far. Winnipeg just able to constantly get it back in their half, and Thailand's maybe almost a little bit of an overcommit there, but is able to get back for a good save.
I think Sosa will have to learn, and hopefully learn very, very quickly. He's too fast for Rising Star. The way he plays may work in Hello, ladies, and now cheers for Rising Star. As Vex and Fiddlesticks combine, say, "Hey guys, stop talking about Sosa. We are just teaming up here." As they got that double off the sidewall earlier, and now they combined for that one. But Sosa is too fast. As the best player on the team in Rising Star, I think he will learn quickly. Or hopefully Greninja will tell him, and he's listening. He has to slow down and just play clean up. Let the other two force for you. Can conserve your boost. But on the other side, Napier just slowed down a lot. A lot of the early games, like all the pressure almost was coming from him being aggressive, just getting a random cut out of nowhere, a beat like that. As maybe he's hearing me, as he should have a goal here. Goes missing. It's the sidewall. It's the corner. Sorry. Thailand puts it on. Nevex doesn't have it. New controller washed. Doesn't have it. Of course.
A good bump from Dilpic on the backboard there. Sosa most definitely would have been able to get a save there if not for that bump. So really good by them to start trying to get some bump plays in, clear up the net, because I mean, as they've seen so far this series, this Winnipeg team's defense hasn't been the greatest. So I mean, if you can even just take one player out on defense, then maybe you have a really good opportunity to come up. But they will definitely need to make 2 more opportunities happen here. I make it 3 as Sosa just launches it towards the net. And I mean, yeah, this game definitely looking in Winnipeg's favor. And earlier, I do want to mention, earlier you were talking about maybe Sosa slowing down, which that definitely could be a thing. I know there's definitely, if you play too fast for the rotations of your team, that can definitely mess with rotations a lot and make it really awkward. So there is that. There is also, which would be a little riskier, but in my opinion, in the long run, would probably be better for the team, is trying to make Vex and Fiddlesticks play just a little bit faster. It would make their top Sal a lot more comfortable in playing the ball. And at the end of the day, at least as it is with me, if I place a lot slower, I'm thinking about it a lot more. That kind of tends to make me think too much about the play, and I tend to start making mistakes. If I just play faster and, you know, just try to play the ball more and, you know, not ignoring your teammates, but kind of just like, you know, just not thinking about it as much, you tend to play a little better, in my opinion. And like I said, that will definitely help Sosa with his faster rotations play better, which to me, it almost seemed like that's kind of what they did a little bit this game. I saw a lot more cutting from Vex and Fiddlesticks, kind of trying to play a little faster. And as you could see, it kind of played into Sosa a lot better. Sosa with 9 shots, more than the entire other team that game.
I mean, that's exactly what you need. Like, if there's somebody on Winnipeg you want taking the shots, it is Sosa. Not that Fiddlesticks and Vex can't hit him. They definitely can. We saw them combine on 2 of the goals, at least. Maybe more as we lost that one. What an amazing goal. But yeah, I mean, you're definitely right. I completely agree with what you said. Long run, you want the team to be in sync as fast as possible. They will, the ceiling will just be a lot higher. I just don't know if they could do it this fast. You know, like that team just formed literally yesterday, I believe. I think Sosa was literally signed yesterday. So this is their first series together, if not second. Again, I don't know if the first one was. It wasn't reported, so we don't know if they played or not. We're just assuming they didn't play. I think that will take time. That's more of a scrim thing. But maybe you're right. Maybe he just tells them chase. I'm just gonna shoot on net after you force everything for me. And we saw shades of that last game. Vex definitely sped up. Fiddlesticks was matching him on the follow-ups. They were almost like a wombo combo on offense. So more of that. As they start off on the offense immediately in game 2.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, definitely not something that will be learned very quickly. It is hard to change your playstyle to be a lot faster. But I think, at least for the end of the season, that's definitely something you're gonna want. Like if you're gonna be in contention for making LAN, that's definitely something you want to be working out throughout the season. And I think honestly, if they figure that out, they will be a decently contending team. Unfortunately, as I'm talking though, it was a goal, and they are down 1-0. Another potential opportunity, but Napier just not getting a great shot on net, and Sosa actually with a really beautiful touch. Fiddlesticks not quite there to read it, and Sosa with a miss, leaving Vex alone with not much boost, but Vex honestly makes a really good play here, leaving Fiddlesticks able to get a 50, but I mean that 50 was just beautiful for Dill Pickle there. Napier doing what he needs to do to put that one mid. I mean, that was a great 50. Dill Pickle able to follow up really quickly on that, and that will make it 2-0 with 4:11 on the clock.
I mean, I think both teams have to have comms on. They're listening. Like what they're listening. The Winnipeg did exactly what we wanted. Shots on open net, chase a little bit more. They did that. They won. Shows a shot saved by Thailand this time. We asked more from Napier because those first 2 games, it was I don't want to say all him. The Dill Pickle and Thailand definitely helped, but it was him and his chaotic rotations and his weird 50s and dunks that were creating so much offense for them. And both goals, he scored one and then created. That's what they need from him. As Thailand's Vex's low boost.
No.
Personally backflips, I believe, and Thailand just sneaks into open net, and now Winnipeg has it all to do.
I think Vex just kind of didn't realize he didn't have much, like any boost. Wanted to kind of make a play on the ball and cut it off, but jumped and realized, yeah, no, you cannot reach that ball at all. And at that point, you're just floating, can't do anything about it. But yeah, no, this Winnipeg team not looking as good this game. Bemidji able to put on a lot more pressure, but honestly, it's not really like they're not doing anything out of the ordinary this game. They're kind of just getting easy beats on the ball and just really fundamental, easy shots on net that are working so far. Because, like I said, this defense from Winnipeg is definitely not the strongest suit so far, but there is still a lot of time left in this game. Anything can happen. They definitely scored 3 goals this quickly last game. They could definitely make it happen again. As Vex gets a good enough 50. Really good play, actually. Gets a round 1. Fiddlesticks just trying to make a play on the ball. Sosa with an open net, but it's just barely soft enough. He needs that to be stronger to go in that net and give them some confidence. But unfortunately, not in the net. Dill Pickle with another save. Doesn't get rewarded with a save somehow, but definitely needed that touch. Thailand's kind of getting a little bit ahead of himself and hitting it around his teammate, leaving an open shot on net, and this is exactly what they need to get back into this game.
Yeah, and a lot of time on the clock still. But now you're putting yourself in a position where, like, some of those mistakes, you just can't afford any more mistakes. Not even one. You have to be near perfect here, both on offense and defense. Fiddlesticks looking to get one back off the kickoff. If the ball goes missing, Sosa 50 down. Thailand goes around one. Insane flick. I guess we can't follow it up. Also with the fake, looks to go for the boost. It was awkward now. Vex big clear. Napier is awkward from his net. Will there be a dive? 2 dive, but Napier has full control. Look at him go, just toying with this Winnipeg team. And this is my player of this series so far. He's just been, when he's been on, it's like a walk in the park for Bemidji. Still 2 minutes on the clock, though, and if that sneaks in, we definitely have a game, but no. Guess who's back? It's Napier. And Napier again with a big clear, as Fiddlesticks has to be careful here. That is unfortunate.
Oh, no.
Sometimes those happen. It's okay.
This is definitely one of those things where, like, as a player, he just like panicked so much there. I feel like he needs to stay grounded and just let that fall to him and take a dribble. Unfortunately, a little bit of panic coming out here is definitely going to be a big issue for them. They cannot let that happen again. They are now down 3. They'll pick with a really good read off that bounce, but still a good amount of pressure from Winnipeg here as they opt to play it out of the corner here. Sosa fake to grab some boost, try to like take a little bit of control, but Napier is just going to try to shut this down. Sosa playing really patient with that ball though, just kind of letting Napier jump around and hit the ball back into him, does bring it downfield for it. And Vex trying to take control. I do not mind the idea of taking control there. If he got a good enough touch, he definitely could have made something happen, but Fiddlesticks putting it over to Thailand's. And Thailand's just putting it back into this corner. Still not very threatening for Winnipeg, but they do have 40 seconds left to make 3 goals happen, and as time is ticking down, it just increasingly looks like it's not going to happen.
Yeah,
And Fiddlesticks trying to put that one back into the middle. 20 seconds left. They gotta have a shot on net here, but the defense from Bemidji has been just so good this past minute. And it's not giving any opportunities, not giving any time to go for the ball. And there is a chance here this one could roll in, and it does, but you still have 4 seconds to score 2. It just doesn't seem like that's gonna happen.
Actually, Bemidji does it for the content. We got to go game 5 all the way today. No, I don't think they will.
Surely.
But I mean,
For the sake of time, please.
yeah. Before we move on to this positives with the Bemidji side, because we're hopefully expecting after that game. Now this game is over. Winnipeg, after the first 2 games, taking a game, given how that went, as of course the overlay breaks, because why not? Ignore that. We did not predict this. Don't worry about that. That did not happen at all. We
Really bad predictions from us.
No. I mean, we believed
Yikes.
in the new team hype. We had hope for the 16th seed, making a marauding comeback for the season, because a lot of those teams, like the bottom 4 teams in Rising Star, who got knocked out in groups in the major, they're so far behind. Dare I say, they have to win major 2 to just get the auto qual bid. Otherwise, they have to be perfect from here on out. But positives, last positive from Winnipeg side, Greninja King. You took a game. You looked pretty damn good in that game. You took it wasn't like a random fluke goal overtime. But there's a lot to review, a lot to work on, a lot of scrims I'm expecting for that team.
Yep.
They do have hope, though. They showed it.
Yeah, I think they just need to put a little bit more time into the game with each other. Replay reviews go a long way. It's not just scrims. I mean, replay reviews. There are some things that some people do that you just never know about until you really look at that replay, because it's so hard to tell what your teammates are doing right or wrong in game. A lot of the time. So like just being able to look over the replay, be like, okay, let's slow this down a little bit. Let's see how we're positioned on the field. Let's see why we ended up getting scored on here. Just little things like that, and it can definitely go a long way in making the team a lot better.
Yeah, and can't confirm we will be having our last series of the day. It was looking a little ropey for a second there, but both teams chose to wait it out. They definitely chose. I'm not too sure Casey is too happy, but hopefully they'll use that aggression in the right way and taking home Fargo, I believe, 1-5 against Des Moines on Spooky was streaming that on this side, the GM of the Fargo Steelhawks. That's it. That was a heavyweight clash in Rising Star, and Fargo locking it in as they look to go 2-0 for the day. But back to what we just watched. Our first not game 5 of the day, Dunzo, as the Winnipeg Atlas go down in 4 to the Bemidji Lumberjacks as they bid to reclaim the Rising Star title. KC Fargo, our last series of the day. I don't know if I'll be joined by Spalty. I might be a solo dolo caster, but regardless, we will be back. Hopefully, it won't take too long. Not much to do in the background. It's pretty straightforward. One more series to go. I do gotta do one thing. I'll do that later. It's okay. But we'll be back after this short break. But before we go, are you saying goodbye to us, Spalty?
You know, I don't want to leave you in the dust, man. I don't have a lot to do tonight,
Okay.
so I'll probably end up sticking around a little bit and see how this next series goes.
All right, bet. And with that, we will be back after this very short break.
Lost control, falling over, getting pulled in by your gravity. Thought that I had figured it out, never felt it rationally, but this sense of urgency has me wondering. Thought that I had figured it out, nothing could get through to me, but this kind of chemistry has me
you in. Yeah. I told you that one day ain't never enough. You tell me I hate you, I still call you up. If we don't got trust, we can never have love. I was putting in the hours, I was. But you were calling me a liar, 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 liar. Yeah, I've been putting in the hours, I was. And it's coming down to now and never. I was putting in the I'm sick of fighting the things that you said. I don't wanna burn all our bridges ahead. I'm tired of going to bed when you left me on red just to turn up the noise in my head. I told you that one day ain't never enough. You tell me I hate you, I still call you up. If we don't got trust, we can never have love. I was putting in the hours, I was. But you were calling me a liar, 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 liar. Yeah, I've been putting in the hours, I was. And it's coming down to now and never. I was putting in the
And welcome back to our last match of week 4 of Rising Star. What a long night. 8:48 p.m. on the clock. We usually get done at this time. But we're starting a series because why not? We got the first seed. We got the Kansas City Outlaws. Both teams looking primed to go into battles. Balti joining me for your third series on your first time casting for MCS. What a trooper.
Hey man, I'm trying my best. It's enjoyable though. I don't get to cast very often, so I'll help whenever I can, like I said, and I love casting with you. With Stu was fun earlier. You guys do a good job, so I don't mind it too much. I don't mind it.
Oh, yeah. Appreciate it.
It's
Appreciate you.
also this also definitely helps a little bit with CSA next season. Not gonna lie, a lot of players that are here probably in CSA, and I'm gonna be an AGM more than likely next season. So
Ooh.
a little bit of scouting for me.
Getting started nice and early.
Yes, sir.
Let's do our last rundown. Oh, actually, we'll probably do a rundown later too. But second to last, the rundown of what's transpired so far today. Here's our schedule. Game 5, Game 4. Winnipeg unfortunately did not show up enough to keep the vibe going, as the players are getting mad at me. The uncles are grumpy, I'm hearing. The Kansas City Outlaws want to go. It's past all their bedtimes. Hopefully that will unlock a level in that gameplay to push this first seed Fargo Steelhawks, who looked so damn dominant in the major last week, to the edge and maybe win. Without further ado, predictions times. Players are ready to go. No point stalling it out. It's already stalled too hard. Swalty, what do you got for us?
Yep, I'll just make it short and simple. I think Fargo Steelhawks is a great team. I think they're gonna win today. I think it's gonna be 3-1.
I have the wrong teams on the screen, but it's fine. Cool. Okay, Fargo Steelhawks. The choice. I'm gonna back the uncles. I gotta back my fellow uncles. So give me the Kansas City Outlaws in the upset, taking it in 3. It's not gonna go the distance. We're not gonna have a game 5. Winnipeg broke it already, so it's gonna go 5-5, 4-3 as the players are ready to go. So go all the way into our fourth and last series of today. Some more challenger action tomorrow. MCS is a 3-day event every single damn week. It feels like we love it. Hopefully the players love it. Hopefully the viewers love it. The Liquid Ice Swamp Donkey and Jaws have a lot to do to shut down this Spargo Steelhawks offense. As this is not how you want to start shutting them down. Excellent demo, unfortunate miss. An error, starts us off 10 seconds. Oh, the side flip of perfection. I'm just ready.
Yeah, I'm a little confused with what just happened there, to be honest with you. As you're saying though, they do have a lot to make happen here, but at the end of the day, you have to realize that whatever team is playing good on the day is the team that's going to win, right? Even if you're the 16th seed versus the 1 seed. Being the 1 seed just means you're consistently good. If you're a 16th seed in a league like this, a lot of it has to do with, like, you have the potential to win. You just haven't been consistent enough to win. Like, you could still win those games. So, like, whatever team brings their, you know, whoever brings it and whoever's ready to play for the day, they're the ones that are going to win. And so I do not doubt Kansas City can make something happen here. But, I mean, starting off this game didn't look too good. But, I mean, just one mistake. It is what it is. Still 4 minutes left to play here. Oh my gosh, another mistake comes out here. Swamp Donkey with enough boost to get back, though. And Air just trying to get a beat on one. Seppi trying to get a dunk of some sort. And Seer just playing as passive as he can for his teammates. Does kind of get aggressive for a play there, but they can almost afford it right now because they are playing an aggressive game. And, I mean, this defense is just, oh my god. Speechless off of what just happened there. I'm not gonna lie. A miss from Jaws and then almost missed the goal from Air. Oh my gosh, this is a hectic game to start off.
Yeah, I'm wincing a little bit. I mean, you said there's no better word. Speechless. There's not much else to say. Those happen, especially when Uncle Jaws is tired. Still at the beginning of the game. There's still a lot to play for, so hopefully his head will not go down. I mean, his head will not go down. I don't know why I'm saying that. It's Uncle Jaws.
Okay,
He's always confident.
I do have a question though. How unk is Jaws?
Like 64
I didn't know he is
something.
unk. 64.
Yeah.
Alright.
I love spreading propaganda, you know me. As Air looking to make this 3 here, so you're waiting in the middle. Pre-jump shot. Shut down. The Fargo offense just beginning to tighten the screw. Push this Kansas City team to the edges. They're already losing their minds, needing sleep. All of them have work at like 2 a.m. or something. Probably as Liquid Ice goes for the shot and beautiful cut and redirect by Swamp Donkey in front of the goal line. Defenders not choosing to commit. They probably did not think Swamp Donkey was going to go for this. As Air perhaps called Seppi off something, but everybody was just staring at each other. Nobody committing to the ball. Swamp Donkey says, "Thank you very much. Uncles are back in town. No cameras, but they're here." And they have their first goal of the series.
You know what's funny is I'm actually, I would say I'm getting word, but I actually just searched it up. So apparently, Liquid Ice is actually the unk of the squad.
Yeah.
Liquid Ice is 4 years older than Jaws. So we do have unk squad here. Even Swamp Donkey, he's older than me. And I thought I was unk. That is really disrespectful. I'm sorry, Swamp Donkey, you are not unk. We love you. Love all the players on this team. They are making stuff happen, man. It is 2-2 with 2 minutes and a half left. Half the game gone. Any team can have this game here. They are bringing it. And, you know, we do look at Fargo Steelhawks as that team that is, you know, they were really good in the major. And, you know, outside of major, they've also done pretty well. They have a positive record so far. But you also have to realize that while Kansas City didn't do as good in the major, they actually have a better series outside of the major than the Fargo Steelhawks here.
There is.
They have won 5 out of their 7 series outside of major. So
Yeah, and Seppi gives Fargo the lead back. There's a little bit of a context to that Kansas City record. It was with a different team, 2 players. One was retired, and then one chose to retire after some incidences. But Swamp Donkey and Jaws stepped up, joined the team. I think Liquid Ice was there off draft. rounding out the roster. But it is a team still in transition, dare I say. I'm hearing there might be another retirement on this team. We might be losing one of the uncles. Hopefully not anytime soon. This uncle's team. I mean, we make our jokes, right? It's just all fun and games, and it's all in jest. But if this team makes LAN, regardless of how they do for the rest of the season, the rest of the majors, they're instantly one of the favorites to win. Simply because of the age difference. Teams get nervous at LAN. I have seen it firsthand, time and time again. I don't care how good you are. If it is your first time competing at LAN, it's gonna make you so jealous. And I've seen some of the best players in MCS. This Kansas City said, AK, hold on, don't jump to LAN just yet. We're performing online right here and now. Minute left. Both teams tied. Seppi dunked out by Jaws. But this Jaws has significant experience on LAN. Seen him time and time again. And MCS champion in Season 9 with T-Jack and Zoms. Swamp Donkey has significant experience with BCRL. Time and time again, been to LAN. Was at MCS LAN last season with the Des Moines ratio on that team with Blasky. Liquid Ice has been to LAN. I don't think he's competed at LAN. But I mean, you said it yourself, he's peak uncle. So he will not be nervous. He's seen too much in life to be nervous about Rocket League. As Air MMB goes missing. Almost close to a beautiful play. Something he beats out too. Series, the last back, has to be careful here to take it to the corner. Won't follow up, somebody with the carry. Gets her around one. Air will get dunked out. This is just middle. Seppi, big clear. Jaws has to be careful. Connects. 30 seconds of the clock. You can only see one set of the cams. The uncles don't want us to see the bags under their eyes. But we can still feel them. It's okay. Hopefully they won't hate me too much as a Swamp Donkey beat out on his own teammate. Seppi the first says, thank you very much. I'll take the free goal. That is unfortunate.
Panic pre-flip of doom all the way back to his own goal. Fortunately, not a lot of time in this game to try to make that goal up, and you know, at the end of the day, I'm not surprised that Far goes up this game. From what I've seen so far, at least that last minute, there was a lot of pressure from Fargo. I mean, they were constantly railing shots on net, and I'm surprised a lot of them didn't go in, to be honest with you. But they do get away with that game, and despite it looking a little scary for KC at first, they did actually kind of start making a little bit of a comeback that game, and just one little mistake at the end is going to do it. But you can't really look at that and be like, okay, well, that means you lost the whole game. Like, they played well throughout the whole game. Just one little mistake with 8 seconds left will make you lose a match. But like, at the end of the day, that they could definitely still go into this next game with confidence and knowing that they played good that whole game. Besides that point,
I mean, it's a significant oversimplification, but this is one of those times you just say, hey guys, that team didn't win that game, we lost it. It's one of those. Those long mistakes like that don't happen again. I mean, 3 goals, 8 seconds on the clock, and fortunate play. That's all that game was. So already performing a lot better than I was expecting. I know I predicted them, but that was in the hopes of an upset. This Fargo team has shown time and time again, especially during that major playoff week where they just ran through all of Rising Star. Even that is like me being too nice. They were so dominant. So seeing them lose in any capacity would be an absolute shock. But Kansas City showed in that game 1, 3 goals, close up to the last second of those games of that game. They showed that they're fallible. They're not immune to mistakes. They're not immune to conceding chances and goals. So hopefully more of that can continue. Game 2 gets underway with Swamp Donkey. Kick off perhaps, faking out. Here stands tall, and now Seer on the offense. Jaws needs to stay low. Seer goes high. Does he have the fake? Passes mid. Air doesn't have it. That's nice. Clear on net. Does he have the double here? No. Going straight down. Does have a teammate. Air will get a credit for that save, but I think that was just hitting the other side of the crossbar anyway. Both teams starting off a bit nervy. But a few misses coming out. Seer puts the center. Liquid Eyes again collect. The most composed man on the pitch right now. And
yeah, I mean, so far, You know, one first thing I noticed, funny enough, is Sear's car change. I don't think he was Dominus game 1, but he's opting to rock that Dominus this game. See what he can do with that, but kind of a lot of pressure again from Fargo Steelhawks. They're just kind of keeping control of the ball, letting this KC team just kind of hit it to them, and then take possession. And you know, against super defensive teams, that tends to work pretty well. But another opportunity here from Seppi, gets a very lucky bounce off that post, able to create a goal here with 3 minutes 47 seconds left on the clock.
Just some confused rotations. Why Kansas City creating that again, Seppi? We'll thank his lucky stalls for that one. We are getting some intelligence from the people. But this is Liquid Ice's first game on this team, and I have checked, can confirm he was traded from the Minneapolis Miracles just a couple of days ago. So this whole team is just not the drafted team. The drafted team was Light Wigglebean, Camden.
We don't talk about that one.
Not Bean, I believe, who's now on Minneapolis. So the whole team brand new. Swamp Donkey, Jaws stepping up, now Liquid Ice joining them. So a lot of gelling to do compared to this Fargo team who've been together for quite a while now. Very early change for them, even before the trade window, losing Charisma and picking up Air. And that was so well for them. So for a team with more context, now that we know that, it's completely overlooked that just pretty much a brand new team first joining together. Jaws almost has that. They're looking pretty good. We just saw a new team in the Winnipeg Atlas, and they did not look anywhere near this confident against the first seed too. As that bounce will just go straight to the corner. You got to be careful with those. Some of those just do end up in their own net. Donkey into himself. Seppi has that. Bounce for Liquid Ice. Pops a shot on net. Air has it covered. Jaws keeps it in. As Led goes back and forth, the game's just slowing down.
Definitely are completely right. I didn't notice this was a completely all 3 new team, and probably haven't really had a scrim together. So all things considered, this is definitely the kind of team that you look at. It's like maybe they lose this series, but at the end of the day, they're playing very well, and it's like maybe later in the season, as they play with each other, this is going to be a top contending team. This is a team to watch out for sure. And they continue to try to prove that today. If they can get a win on Fargo, I would say they've already proved themselves, but we'll have to see. They are down 1 in this game with 1:40 left. Sear able to collect the ball, trying to make a play on it. Dodges a demo quite smartly, but isn't able to follow up very well. Air opting to take it in the corner, grab some boost, leaving Swamp Donkey in a weird spot with 0 boost on the backboard, but oh my gosh, Seppi just barely not able to get a shot, which realistically probably should have been a goal, but they do get away with this one. Sear on the backboard, kind of awkward, not able to get a good touch, but does let the ball kind of roll in front and take a 50. Jaws with a good beat to the corner here, bouncing it off a second time, but Sear just quick enough. And I was looking at salaries for these teams. I really did not expect Sear to be a third on his team, because I feel like he is quite good. Good enough to maybe even be like a second or a lower round first player on a team. That also could be a little bit of glaze, but I think Sear's good. I think he has the potential to play really good, and especially with 2 supporting players around him, such as Aaron Seppi, they've made so much happen this season already. Really crazy opportunity there, almost going in, as Sear tries to put it to the backboard. No follow-up. Jaws with a clear, and Seppi misses chance here, but Air just barely able to get there, and Swamp Donkey just trying to keep it in on 10, but not much happening here.
Yeah, but again, a very, very tight game. That's been the story of the series, unless Swamp Donkey can get something here. Jaws is up! Can't get the double. And it hits the ground, but we can't say the Steelhawks are dominating this. I feel like that's just too strong of a word. Given what we've seen from them, we've seen true domination. Kansas City is in this. Being 2-0 down is not where you want to be, sure. But the one goal you concede being that Seppi shot after an overcommit is nobody wants to be praised when you're losing. I wouldn't be happy if I was being praised when I'm losing, but I like what I'm seeing with this Kansas City team. I really do.
Yep. No, it's definitely, they're playing well. Just a few little mistakes here and there that need to be cleaned up a little bit. They clearly have all the offense they need. Biggest issue definitely has to be probably some defense. Probably defensive rotations are probably a little awkward. Just kind of not able to cover for each other as much as they want, and it's leading to some pretty easy goals. I mean, they had 0 saves across the board that game, which is, you don't see that often. With how many shots Fargo was also putting on, you do not see 0 saves that often. So, I mean, they just have to make something happen on defense. Get a good clear, just not miss the ball or hit it around your teammates. Like, it's just, I mean, it's so simple to say, but it's, you know, when it comes to actually playing the game, it's hard to do, especially as a new team. But I'm sure they'll find their bearings here, but they are down 2-0 in the series. Gotta make something happen this game, otherwise they are done. But Air up with the ball here, puts it into the corner, maybe trying to get a little bit of a sideball read. Doesn't quite, as Jaws playing the patience here, playing to shoot the ball in net, which actually he gets away with. I would not have expected that to be a goal. I usually expect a little bit, maybe trying to like catch the ball in control, but Air just not expecting the shot, and it works out, and they are actually up this game 1-0.
I mean, we couldn't have predicted that, but we kind of did a few games ago. We just said, just shoot the ball. Half the time, we'll just go in. Jaws again says thank you very much to whoever that defender was for 50 just going straight to Jaws. They can't get the dunk hard enough. And Jaws says, well, 2 goals back to back in 2 seconds off of open nets. I will take that. Kansas City are back in this. I did fact check a little bit because you're right. Series of third is a little crazy, and 3 GMs chose not to take him in the 3rd round. He fell to the 6th pick of the 3rd round. So that is, yeah.
Man, they are downplaying my boy. But yeah, no, that is pretty crazy. It's definitely worked for them. I would say, I mean, if you're especially if it's just based off salary alone, it's definitely nice to be a little lower, be a little underrated, because that means you can build a team around you with better players. And I feel like that's kind of what's happened here a little bit with him. Seppi and Air are definitely very capable players, and to have Seer as a 3rd around that definitely works. But this game, definitely in KC's favor off the bat. I mean, they've had some good kickoffs to start off the game. If they can just keep that going without making too many defensive mistakes, then I don't see any reason why they should not win this game.
Seer was projected to go near the bottom of the 2nd round, but because he went pretty much at the middle of the 3rd round, his sal went down by like 30. So now he gets to do this, where, I mean, his team is just so damn good. And if somehow, some way, other teams find a way to match it, so you can just maneuver the whole roster around him again and just create another broken roster as Air will get that right back. Nobody from Kansas City committing to the ball, all just waiting. Look, guys, doesn't connect. Swamp Donkey just hesitates. Job drives forward. Open net. Still have the lead. Wait, I mean, those are the goals they've been conceding. Those are the goals that's been leading to them lose games. The 1-goal games they've lost so far is Swamp Donkey pretty much own goal into. What was the other one? Like pretty much a triple commit into a Seppi open net.
Yeah.
They still have the lead, so it's not bad, but you gotta cut those out. Those are not the mistakes you want to be making, especially against the best team in Rising Star as of this moment.
Yep, I agree. And I was gonna mention something. For some reason it left my head a little bit. I was gonna mention something, but regardless, we'll just move on a little bit here. A lot of casting has been going on for me tonight, so. But Seer opting to take a little bit of control, maybe get a pinch. It's kind of a weak pinch somehow. That was kind of weird how that turned out, but Liquid Ice with a really beautiful 50, giving the opportunity for an attack, but both other teammates not able to get a shot on that net very well. Swamp Donkey taking it to the safety of his own corner, getting a really good 50, and as well as a second one and a boost grab. Actually really good for the stability of his team here. But just unfortunately, a good 50 into a misread off the wall leads to another goal. It is 2-2. They cannot be having this happen when they are down 2-0 in the series.
A bit of ball watching from Swamp. I mean, I don't want to be the guy, but we have that whole first game we were talking about the uncles and how it's best at bedtime. So the senses are a little bit dulled, but Liquid Ice, I mean, he has just enough sense to score this. What a beautiful touch. I don't know how he got
That's a
so
beautiful
much
shot.
power on it. Air, too far forward. Seer can't get back to it in time. And they get their lead right back. Beautiful response after losing a 2-goal lead.
Yeah, I mean, those are the kind of shots that come and go, but I mean, he did it at just the right time when they were down 2 in a series, down and tied up. Definitely needed a good goal. It's definitely a confidence booster as well. I mean, that's one thing that you don't really realize, unless you really talk about it, is being able to get a goal off like that is just such a confidence booster and makes you play better. Like, it changes the mental, since mental is such a big part of this game. It's just like, if you can get those goals and, you know, be able to yell about it and be hype about it and bring your confidence up, usually that is helpful, and you could tell it definitely does help as Swamp Donkey absolutely slams off of Seer's forehead into the goal.
I don't know why Swamp Donkey doesn't have his cam on. He had it on all season, all of last season, but he is one of those guys that just gets so damn hyped every single goal. Some beautiful memes created from him last season with that team with Whirl and Pulaski. That was a confident team that I've ever seen them. They look good right now, and I will say, Scott, aka Liquid Ice, I have not seen him look this good. It's always been like borderline third, borderline fourth for the last 3-4 seasons in MCS. I've had him on my team actually for 2 of those last season. I was gonna save this until Jaws and Liquid Ice connected, so then I would say, oh, look at the chem, I made that, but they haven't yet. Might as well. It's about time, as they look like they're about to take this game. Is that shot beautiful? Save.
Oh my god!
I don't know if that was in, but I don't know how that happens. This is just really unfortunate.
That was an evil Rocket League bounce off that post. Holy moly, that
Did he
was
hit
evil.
it again? I think.
I don't think he did, but it kind of looked like it. That is unbelievable. What sucks about that is now they're only 1 up, and anything like a kickoff goal could bring the other team back into the game. But that was very close. But they still, as long as they keep the confidence, and as we were talking about confidence, I just want to mention this because I think it's really funny. Have you noticed any of the memes that I've tried to create on the camera while playing in series?
I have not. Unfortunately,
You haven't?
I've always been a Rising Star player, so like I've always been locked in on Chal, so I know a lot of the old season stuff. But because I've been playing in Chal this season, I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, that's fair. You probably don't have time to watch the series. Now, I've been trying my best to just be funny on the camera. I had my jersey as I have on right now. I had that off, and I was when I scored a crazy goal one time, I just put my name up to the camera, and one time I started to put my tongue out, started shaking it. It's just like literally trolling the camera, dude. Oh gosh. And one other thing, that first series that got streamed for us, which was against the Omaha Buffalo team, which when it was Takeover, Rob and Fena, when we ended up reverse sweeping them, gosh, when we won that last game and we were up like 2 or something, I knew we won. I just put the controller down, started walking around, and they like noticed it. They just saw me walking around my room. Oh, it's such a good time to just mess around with the cameras, man.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's how you have to do it. You know, you gotta have fun while winning, also while losing. I mean, that's the whole point. Otherwise, you shouldn't be playing leagues like this. So hopefully everybody's having fun with it. Hopefully everybody will have fun with it, as yeah, it does look like Rocket League is doing. Rocket
Black
things.
screen of death.
Yeah, those happen. It's okay. We will get the players back in. Pretty much a timeout for the Foggle Steelhawks, maybe. I don't know if we can tune in on them actually. If we have cams on. See, As nobody's saying anything, so I don't see a team talk happening unless Air is just ripping into them right now. Probably not. But the lobby did go down. I will put it back up in a second. It is back. Hopefully everybody joins
Yeah,
in a timely manner. But I was gonna
We could also
say-
take this time,
Okay.
potentially look into some other teams that have won today. Have you looked into any of those yet?
I have been keeping a log on in the background somewhere. The players are joining back. It seems like they just went straight into it. We love that. But I've already referred to it. We've seen this KC team did lose to the jungle in 4. That's probably why they wanted to get to the second series as soon as possible, so they didn't stew on the loss. Fargo said, "Haha, lol, you're sitting on that loss for a while." As Fargo may live to regret that, making uncles way past that bedtime. Speaking of Fargo, they beat the Des Moines Ratio, one of the better teams in Rising Star. The first seed going into the major did not have. I think they were missing a player, one of their starting roster. They lost in the second round, so they were quite a bit behind on points because the major was just cascade. But that went to 5. Shout out Spooky for streaming it. I was trying to keep an eye on it. On the side, it looked peak. One of those I wish was on the mainstream, but I'm sure we'll get a chance again at some point. Those teams definitely not done playing each other. As Swamp Bubble sneaks it in, Air has to lock in on defense. Beautiful loose grab. Time again, we said as he beats out Liquid Ice here, we be a little bit more cons needed on this Kansas City team. Minneapolis going 6-0 for the day, beating Brainerd, your team, unfortunately. And the Midgie, I don't know what Brainerd's cooking up, dropping CT Niblack, but it's okay. I might be a Brainerd hater now. That's fine.
All right. At least we love the challenger team, right? Surely.
Of course, except when I'm playing them. If I'm playing them, surely I'll stay challenger. No, hopefully there will be a team to take me by the star or like the drop. Hey guys, who want me? As Liquid Ice, there might be an opportunity here. Passing play almost works out. I love the attempt. I love the vision. Keep going for that. Seppi's low boost. Liquid Ice doesn't have the beat. Jaws also commits. Oh, Swamp Donkey, sorry. Liquid Ice keeps it in. So we'll have a big move here trying to relieve some of that pressure. Sounds like he goes missing. This might just bounce awkwardly. Jaws' touch not the greatest, but they do just enough to keep that ball in the corner. Jaws, beautiful. Exterior is alone and awkward. Excellent control. And here, this guy is just not a third rounder. I don't know what Rising Star is cooking up. But back to some of the results we've seen. The Rochester Rhythm did beat the Duluth Superiors 31. And you look Duluth team, they were talking a lot. Colorado was one of the best teams in Rising Star. They picked up block belt from Brainerd. A lot of Brainerd overlappers apparently. But they did lose in 4 to Rochester, a team that I believe lost in the semifinals to this Fargo team. Speaking of, I thought they were going to have a goal there, but no. Kansas City holding on strong, trying to push this to 5. Jaw fakes it. Well, Liquid Ice to follow up. Air with a beautiful dunk going from Demo on the goal line. Gets the bump, but Swamp Donkey able to cover. We've also seen the Chicago Jungle go 6-1, brand new roster of perchance Shaded and I believe Gumbro. I want to say Gumbro. I could be wrong. Somebody please correct me. I see Shaded in chat.
Shaded perchance tie is what I'm seeing on the sheet right now. I don't know how accurate that is, but
correct. That is correct. Now that you say it, I remember that trade. Tie 4.
That's a good team.
That is a damn good team. Obviously on stream we saw Burnsville take it in 5 against Green Bay, who put on an excellent 5-minute OT in game 4 to take it, to push it to 5. Unfortunately they couldn't close it up, but they looked so damn good. Penn especially with the ice in game 5. Excellent heroic save on 0 seconds to take it to OT, and then the OT 5:35 or something like that on the clock. With a double, the Swamp Donkey trying to push this through this game. Has already gone. I'm barely done with the results, and this game is still. It's just like eking out. It's 1 minute 30. The clock has just gone. I don't know where. They're just letting Sear boom this. Sounds like a decent touch. Jaws should collect here. Getting crashed on. I have a dunk. Seppi. Beautiful touch. That's round 1 Air. Going for the double. Sear already up. Everybody goes missing. Swamp Donkey collects. Jaws might have an open net here. The shot not strong enough. There will collect. And I think the only result I'm missing is Des Moines taking out Bloomington in 3 with a sweep. And that's about it. The rest of the matches not reported. I see a couple of reschedules. Looks like St. Paul has rescheduled both their games. The other ones I don't really know. They're playing as Liquid Ice last back, pretty much a 3v1 there, and he shuts it down. I love that from my boy. Some lore I've been holding on to for the final moments of this game, as hopefully it will inspire KC to push this to 5. Jaws!
Oh my
Perfect
goodness, a
timing.
beautiful bump.
That,
Oh my gosh.
That's the type of composure you get from an Unk. Bro is just chilling. He's not thinking about anything. He's not diving, because if he dives that ball, that pinch is going straight in his net. You know how Rocket League is. It takes his time. The defender misses. Open net, 26 seconds. Push this to 5. And hope that Fargo start to question themselves. Hey, we're the best team. We're the 1 seed. How are we losing to this?
I was going to say, let's wait just a second here. There could be an opportunity for a goal from Fargo. But they do not, unfortunately, get that one into the back of the net. They have 10 seconds to work with here. Swamp Donkey putting it into the corner, safest spot of the area for them. And Liquid Ice with a great cut, able to cut off one, put it into an open space. Swamp Donkey with a beautiful pinch, almost in. It's Liquid Ice just pre-jumping. Oh my goodness, that was a wild end to that match. But this also means you did say something about this going to game 5 off of a certain, off a certain direction. I don't want to say too much because I don't want to curse it, but I think you know what I'm talking about. We are at game 5. This is a wonderful series. Yep, and it's bedtime for the Unks. I think it's, yeah, they might need to try to just close this one out.
No. It's too late. Right? It's just use some of your PTO and like just call off work tomorrow and sleep in, Uncle. It's fine. It's okay.
Yeah.
You got more important things.
I'm gonna make sure they know that too. Yeah.
As I'm not ready. You gotta hold strong as we take a look. Is that 2 back-to-back 1-0 games? This series has been so close. It's perfect that it goes to 5. I'm glad. It deserves to go to 5. Let's see what the Steelhawks are talking about. Again, not much from Seer and Seppi. Unless Air is yapping in the ear. Maybe it's just the confidence of being the first seed. You just don't need to speak. You just chill and you win maybe. But I will finish my sentence on Jaws and Liquid Ice and that Rochester Rhythm team from last season I put together when I was a GM. Shout out Power, currently the best GM I think on the franchise standings. His child team and his Rising Star team doing so damn well. But last season I may or may not have made pretty much every player on my roster, all of my rosters, buy jerseys. And then the Rising Star team didn't make one.
Oh no.
So that was 5 jerseys
That's
because
tough.
there's 4 players from Rising Star. I made them all buy jerseys, and then Jaws bought one for his girlfriend. Yeah, I might have made him do that. And then I got
Miss right here from I don't even know who that was, but that is not what you want. Sorry to cut you off, but I just needed to mention that Seppi with a miss. That does put up 1-0 for Liquid Ice here. There is a chance, but there's plenty of time left, of course.
your team, Swalty is like one of the.
Oh! Miss, what happened to Seer?
Oh,
They have to keep playing. I don't... Wait, no, but the rule is the goal has been scored, right?
Yeah.
So they can't call for a reset.
yeah, thankfully nothing has happened, so fine. As we saw that earlier with Lumity, I don't know what's going on with Rocket League. We also saw it in LCS a little bit a few weeks ago, as excellent saved by Air. So hopefully it's not a recurring theme.
Yeah, that this happened to me when I don't remember if it was a scrim or an actual match, but it did happen to me where my game just kind of kicked me. Like it didn't show that I was lagging or anything. It just straight up just kicked me out.
Yeah.
Which is kind of odd. Rocket League definitely has some stuff to fix, but wow, Swamp Donkey not able to reach that. Seer able to score the open net, bringing it to 1-1 on this last game. And I mean, the amount of, oh my gosh, the amount of game 5s that we have been playing today. Only one of them did not go game 5, so it's a very long day for sure. A lot of overtimes as well. We already started like 40 minutes late, and we're already back to another game 5. Like I don't know what to say. Although Fargo, another goal here. Seppi keeping good pressure on. able to give Seer an opportunity to score here right off kickoff. So still very early in this game, but Fargo with some better kickoffs so far from what I have seen.
I mean, Seer maybe did not leg out and he left to install cheats. It just comes back instantly back-to-back goals. Turns the game on
Classic
its
Seer.
head. Classic Seer. I mean, the way he was playing in the major, I don't know how much of it he caught. Holy, he was a prime LeBron. Like, genuinely, he was LeBron. He just could not stop scoring. I think he averaged like 2.2 games the whole major. Well, at least playoffs. No, the whole major, I think, yeah. As he goes for his third here, going for the double. Sometimes he shuts it down. But yeah, he was... I don't think that there's ever been that clear of an like tournament MVP in MCS ever. It was just so dominant.
Yeah, I mean, we love to see it. Unfortunately, that's one of those things that you just like can't always do. So like at the end of the day, good for him for being able to do that, but gotta be vigilant and ready for the next major. You can't just hope that Seer is gonna just pop off with 2.2 goals a game again. But I mean, overall, even so, they still have a solid enough team. I'm not too worried about that. Seer looking for a double tap, almost converts that one. Air trying to just slow the play down so his teammates can get back, which he just barely doesn't stall enough time. And we again have a tied game in this last game. I mean, this is a series, man. This is very entertaining so far.
On everything I'm shooting that, I don't care. Like what? I'm securing that goal. I'm securing my points, so I'm done keeping a good teammate. That's what you get with unks. They're mature. They let each other shine, and they get back into it. Job with a shot on net. Seppi should have an easy save, and does. But I mean, they're going ball for ball with the best team, with the supposed best team in Rising Star. When it is past that bedtime, when it is a brand new roster, as Air says, hold on, AK, it's not bar for bar. I am in this roster. Stop all the hype on Seer. Stop all the hype on KC. Let me show you what I can do. It takes it on pretty much the entire team. Cross map, beautiful controls.
Yeah, a little double commit at the end there on defense. I think they just needed their first man to go and force the ball, and then hopefully second man gets there. But I mean, even so, it's a really good shot. He had good control over it the whole time. I wouldn't have doubted it if he would have gotten it over last anyways. But this does put this team down underneath Fargo by 1 goal. And Liquid Ice with a really good spawn, but a little bit of a panic jump by Swamp Donkey. Let's get away with it. Jaws with a miss, but that does make 2 overcommit. And the third for Fargo, just sitting back, waiting, playing as patiently as he can. Of course, it is Seer, always playing patiently as last man, and he does get away with it.
Yeah, I'm going to see them come back on this, so I'm not worried for them. Again, it's just like those little mistakes they're making on defense. They're costing them that double commit on that error play. Let one of your people force grab the rebound. Beautiful blink by Liquid Ice. So I'm like, he gets the beat out. No double, but that is center. Liquid Ice does connect. And he has no right to get to that ball. Except the low boost. Stops the play to 50. This ball is just dangerously high. Jaws looks to meet air hard. Gets the bump out. Seer awkward, no shot. Gets to the beat. Is he going to be able to shoot this? No. Jaws says no. For now. 40 seconds. KC subscribing to that. The best defense is a good offense motto, and just keeping the ball in this air. The musty attempt from Air makes 2 commit. They do get the save. Sometimes keep it clear to the net. Seer already back. Jaws in the corner. This Liquid Ice up. He backflips. The vision was there. The attempt was there. Will they get another chance?
That's not what you want to see though. When you are down a goal in the last game, you're so close to making that reverse sweep happen, and you're last back and you just backflip. They still have a chance here, but Seppi, really good defense going up to the ceiling, and Swamp Donkey's just beat, and that is going to be game. That was a really good series. Really good series. Put the top team on their toes. Almost got away with a reverse sweep. I didn't want to say it. I didn't want to curse it. Unfortunately, didn't happen. But we did expect Fargo to win. However, this was very close. I'm not mad for KC here. I think they played very well despite being their first time together. They have a lot of season left to play together and figure out what they need to do differently. And I do not doubt once again that they will be a top contending team for LAN as long as they make it.
I mean, that performance, it's every single game being one goal. And not just, oh, one goal, but one team just has such dominant pressure that, I mean, clearly the better team won. No. Any team could have taken this and it would have been they deserved it. Kansas City definitely deserved this. Unfortunately, both teams can't win, only one can. On this occasion, the number one seed, the reigning major champs, continue their winning streak, going 2-0 for the day. 2 game 5s for the day. Locking in when it matters most. A tough week for them, playing Des Moines into this Kansas City team who looked so damn good. They come out unscathed as they cement the name as the big dog that everybody has to bring down. But Spalty, it's been a day. It's been a day of peak Rock League. I enjoyed it. I hope you enjoyed it. But it is about that time to stop calling off and go home. Before we do, let's take one more look at our schedule for the day. Again, just a quick rundown. A third game 5. Unfortunately, just needed Winnipeg to take one, and we would have been 5-5, and we would have been here until 10. Wow, I'm sure Seppi would have been extremely happy about that one. Burnsville, Green Bay, starting us off on the day of peak series. I got so many clips from that first series. I love that one. That was awesome. Shout out Penn. Shout out Mall. Shout out. I forget who that third was. Unfortunately, I am sorry. Somebody.
It's been a long night, man. I don't blame you.
But Burnsville.
Penn, Mal, and Debu.
And Debu, yes, Debu. Back in MCS after a season or 2 hiatus. So shout out to him. Welcome back, buddy. They look good. Hopefully they will look even better when they have Donald back. But Burnsville closing that one out in 5. Omaha shutting down a Bloomington team that looked so good. Winnipeg going down to the reigning Rising Star champions in Bemidji. And we just watched the reigning major champs, Fargo Steelhawks, taking down the Kansas City Outlaws in 5. But with that, let's take a look at our season format one last time for the night. We are here. You can't see my mouse, but today is the 11th of December. That is week 4. Day 1 of week 4, Rising Star scratched off. Still 2 more days. We still got Challenger. I don't know if I'll be playing. I'm sure Spalty will be playing. So hopefully that will go well for both of us. Day 1 of Premiere. I don't even know what I'm saying at this point. It's one of those. But we got 2 more days this week. 2 more streams tomorrow and Saturday. So make sure to tune into those. We're definitely not done. And pretty much every other week between now and the end of the season, we do have Christmas week off for the holidays. But the Twitter is still open. Look out for roster moves in the Discord and transaction proposal channel. They'll be put in Whitlock. Shout out Whitlock for all the transaction work he's been doing, the GM of the Reynard Victory. We love him. Appreciate you, buddy. Thank you for all the work you've been doing. We appreciate you. Keep cooking. Rising Star will be back for week 5 before we head out for the night. I got 2 more things. First is Twitch Prime, AK with a hashtag ad. Again, I gotta spam it because it does help us out. It doesn't cost you anything. Check if you have one. You might just have a free one lying around and you might not know it. I think we got a couple today. Sorry I didn't, say anything, but we appreciate you. We love you. And it was Blasky and somebody else, but somebody, we appreciate you. But check out if you have a Twitch Prime, some. Give it to us. We love it. We need it. We deserve it. Maybe not. And our last thing, let me give the floor to my man, Swalty, casted with me. Let me get rid of these predictions. We did not do this. This is all fake news. I mean, you were right, so no, I did not do this. But Swalty, you have the floor. Any things you want to say? Your first time casting 3 series back-to-back. I mean, this is not how it usually is. We're not here until 9:35, making you run the gauntlet. But hey, it's good practice. As you do get a Twitch Prime. Thank you, Ryan. Swalty, any last comments?
Yep. Well, first of all, thank you for listening to the AK Yap session. He's got to do it, man. But no, it was a good time. I appreciate you guys a lot. Casting was fun. I am glad to be back in the booth after a while. I did cast one CSA thing very recently, but that was it for in the past year. So, I mean, it's good practice to do this again. I will definitely be around for the season. I will be there for LAN. My team's gonna make it and we're gonna win. Come on. But overall, thank you guys very much for coming in tonight. Appreciate you. And we'll see you again tomorrow with Challenger.
Oh, perfect.
Thank you much.
Peace.